Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, April 12th, 2026. This is a show on which I invite and encourage people to participate. I have a number that you can call, which is on my background. 657-233-0878. If you want to debate or discuss my ideas, and to give you some idea, excuse me, to give you some idea of what those ideas are, you can look at my background, where I have divided into good and bad categories of various things. That's on my view. So if you want to talk about any of those, discuss any of those, I'm happy to do that. We can also engage the chat. I see that one person has already showed up in the chat. Charles Sorum, hello to you. I think you might be a new person. You say, me too. What does me too mean? I recently did a debate, and I alluded to that in my title for the stream. I said there's a new debate out. That was with a liberal, someone by the name of Kyla Turner, who also goes by the name Not So Erudite. And you can see that here. I just published that yesterday, and it's been getting a lot of views. I've been very pleased with the kind of audience it's been getting. Last I checked, it was already over 700 views, which is great. And it got a lot of likes and a lot of comments. So I was very happy about that. And it's still going strong, looks like. Maybe I'll check in on that later. But I actually had the debates 3 days ago. That's when she was doing a live stream. And I decided to call in. I've known about her for years. I've seen her on various other people's YouTube channels. And it just worked out that she was doing a live show at a time when I was able to call her. So I finally did that. I didn't know I don't know when I first learned she had a live stream, maybe sometime this year. But anyway, I I called into it a few days ago, and we had about a 40-minute call, mostly on government regulations, and got a little broader. We talked about capitalism some. And some new topics came up, or at least relatively new. Topics that I hadn't considered much myself. Pardon me, I just took a cough drop. So on Ayn Rand's view, which I support, there should be no government coercion. The government should not initiate force against its citizens or anyone. And what implications does that have? Well, I think one implication is that the government can't tax people. Speaking of taxes, that's another thing coming up. Tax day in the United States is April 15th. And in my title for today's show, I wrote, Evil Tax Day. Oh, that was a little audio from Evil Tax Day, since that's coming up. The government coercively takes people's wealth under threat of jail and forces them to subsidize various state programs. So one implication of Ayn Rand's principle that initiating force is evil is that the government should not tax people. Another implication is that the government shouldn't regulate people. And John Wayne is here. Hello. And I see Charles Sorum says he also promotes reason in capitalism, etc. Okay, that's what he means by me too. He had said in the chat, me too, at the beginning of my show, after I mentioned the various positions I support, and he also supports those. Okay. Glad to understand that. So another implication of the non-initiation of force principle is that the government shouldn't regulate people. But what exactly is a regulation? And how is it different from just any other law? I do think there should be laws, like laws against murder, robbery, rape. But regulations are something different. The laws I just mentioned are examples of retaliatory force. Someone like a robber is initiating force against some person, and then a policeman steps in to retaliate against that initiation of force. So I think laws that use retaliatory force are proper, but only laws like that are proper. There shouldn't be laws that themselves initiate force, like minimum wage laws. That was an example. That is an example I often give to illustrate what I mean by regulations as distinct from proper laws. A minimum wage law says you are not allowed to hire someone below this amount, and you are not allowed to work for someone below this amount. Even if you want to, even if you voluntarily agree to work for a certain amount, someone makes you an offer voluntarily. So it's a voluntary agreement between mutually consenting parties, yet you're not allowed to do that. The government steps in and forcibly stops you from doing that. That is what I call a regulation, where the government is initiating force against people who haven't themselves used any force. They're just engaged in voluntary behavior, yet the government forcibly stops that. That's a regulation. Or at least that's one example of a regulation. Now, there might be some other cases which are a little trickier. Kyla, the woman that I was debating with, she brought up the case of citizenship at the beginning of the call. Is citizenship a case where we are coerced to, where we are subject to coercion? Like you're born and you don't choose to be a citizen. You're just automatically made a citizen. Is it right to say you're forced to be a citizen? You're coerced? And am I against that? And I hadn't really thought much about that before. So we went back and forth on that topic for a while. And I'll let you listen to it. I won't try to repeat everything I said. But that was one of the topics that came up. Another was education. And I had that in the thumbnail. Yeah, you can see that there. It says, I oppose all taxes and regulations. That's me talking. And then in reply, she says, you think parents shouldn't have to give their children education? And I've actually heard objectivist intellectuals say different things about that. Like some objectivists, I think Leonard Peikoff, if I recall correctly, he said in maybe a lecture or a Q&A that he thinks parents should have to give at least the basics of education, like reading, writing, and arithmetic. Or if not themselves, have a school do it. But somehow they have to ensure that their children are educated. But I also recall hearing Yaron Brook say that no, parents shouldn't even have to do that. As long as the parents aren't physically abusing children, then the state should not step in. So they shouldn't be able to step in to force parents to give their children an education. And that's the side that I went with in this discussion. I said at one point I was tentatively holding this, or at least I was willing to entertain this view. And I'm interested in what you all think out there, if you have a view on this issue. So that was another thing which I've given, I guess, a little bit of thought to in the past, but not a lot. Another issue that came up, and I have, let's see, is if we go into the description, I have this broken down by topics here. Another issue that came up was negligence or neglect. If let's say a parent doesn't feed his child or her child, so they're neglecting to feed the child, is that a case of force, of failing to do something? Should that be considered an initiation of force, or is it something else? I see some more chats here from Charles Sorum. All right, I'll get to those in a minute. Now, I think it would be a violation of the child's rights if the parents just chose not to feed their infant. So I do think that the child has a right to certain things. But I'm not sure it's right to say that in that case where the parents are failing to feed their child, they're initiating force against the child. They are violating the child's rights, I think, because I do think the child has a right to life, and it follows from that to implement that life, since the child can't sustain his own life, he needs his parents to help him out or someone to help him out. The responsibility of implementing that right falls on the parents or guardians. So I think it would be a violation of the child's rights, but are his rights being violated by an initiation of force? That's what I'm not sure about. Now, I do think it's right that the child is going to suffer physical harm as a result of being neglected if he's not fed. So there is something physical involved. However, I'm not sure it's right to say the child is being subject to the initiation of physical force. I don't know that one needs to be able to say every violation of a right ultimately comes down to an initiation of physical force. Even fraud, like I've heard objectivists sometimes say that fraud is a form of force. And I think I might have said that myself in some cases. But it's not a straightforward kind of force, like where you punch someone in the face, right? Or wrestle them to the ground and take away their wallet. That's a very clear initiation of force. Whereas fraud, let's say you mislabel, let's say a grocery store mislabels its food and says there's only 10 calories in this cup of yogurt, where in fact there's 500 calories in it, right? That would be a case of fraud, where you're tricking the customer into buying something on false pretenses, because they buy it on the assumption that it only has 10 calories, but it actually has 500 calories. Now, are you coercing them? Well, it's not obvious that you are, at least not in the way that you are when you punch someone in the face or wrestle them to the ground. And but you might think it's an indirect kind of force. You are somehow overriding their voluntary consent. They think what they're doing voluntarily is giving you money in exchange for a yogurt that has only 10 calories in it. They're not voluntarily doing it They're not voluntarily giving you money in exchange for yogurt that has 500 calories in it. So there's something non-voluntary about what's happening in the case of fraud. But I'm not sure it would be right to say that force is being initiated. I mean, you're in the mugging case where you wrestle someone to the ground or point a gun at them, it's you're taking something from them, their wallet, without their consent, and you're taking it by force. In the case of fraud, you're taking it by deceit. You might think that's taking it by deceit is a different thing than taking something by force. So maybe not all rights violations come down to initiations of force, although that's just like a very salient, clear case, maybe the most common case. I don't know, but I'm thinking now maybe there are different categories of violations of rights. One way rights can be violated is by initiating force. Another way is through deceit or fraud. Maybe that's the better term, the more commonly recognized term. And another way is by neglect, which I talked about in the case of the child. So maybe, well, you all can let me know if you have views on that, whether that's a good way to think of it. Like three different ways of violating rights, one of which is through force, another of which is fraud, and another of which is neglect. This is a pretty fresh way of looking at this, for me at least. But some of these issues came up in the talk and in the debate. I think I should make myself a little larger here in this picture. All right. All right, a lot of chats from Charles. He says all three are reducible to force. Yes, you are coercing them. Oh, Special is here again. Hello. I remember you from maybe the last stream. Maybe I should switch to my Zoom camera. My Zoom camera is higher quality. The only issue is it might, by having Zoom open, I thought it might cause some choppiness. See, I just switched it. Oh, I guess I haven't switched it in OBS yet. I'll do that in a second. I'm about to switch my camera to Zoom. And I think you'll see the outline around me appear sharper. Oh, it also got larger. But it's a sharper image. It's a higher quality image, but I think it might cause more drag on my computer, and I just don't want it to slow down my internet connection and cause choppiness or buffering in the stream. So if it starts to do that and it becomes a problem, you can let me know, and then maybe I'll go back to my other original camera, which I'll do right now just so you can see it side by side. See, this is the original camera. It's not nearly as sharp, and the image is kind of splotchy. I guess for some reason the graphics, the way they're processed, is not as clean as in Zoom, which I just went back to. So I guess I'll try Zoom for a while and see how it goes. All right. Welcome everyone, by the way. Thanks for coming by the stream. Thanks for any likes on the stream. That'll help boost it out in the algorithm. And I appreciate the likes, as well as shares and new subscribers. Always welcome. All right. Now my scrolling is starting to be a little bit slow, and I wonder if that's because I shifted over to Zoom. All right, so I guess if it gets too slow here on my end, I'm just going to close down Zoom. Someone might call in later. Someone told me he's interested in calling in today. I don't know when, though. And I'll probably use Zoom for that. But for other people, at least if it's your first time calling in and you don't care about doing video, we can just do an audio call. You can just use that number on my background, the 657 number. All right, so let me look at some of these chats. Charles says, only the initiation of force can violate rights. It's implicit use of force. See Rand's proof for this. Holding their money from them. Yes, you are coercing them. All three are reducible to force. I'd be interested to hear, well, for one thing, where is Rand's proof for this? Does she discuss somewhere how fraud or neglect are implicit uses of force? I guess you could say in the case of fraud, you're forcing something on someone. You're forcing them to buy the yogurt they weren't intending to buy. Like, they didn't want this 500-calorie yogurt, but now they've got it, so you forced it on them. In a way. I guess it's, I can see the, yeah, I can kind of see that. Neglect, I don't know about that. Like, is that, like, you're not forcibly stopping the infant from getting food out of the refrigerator himself if he could, or she could. I mean, it's probably not old enough to do that if it can't even walk. And so you're not forcibly stopping it from getting food. You're just failing to give it food in the case of neglect. Are you forcing on the infant a state of malnourishment? Force? It's a little unclear to me how neglect is an indirect use of force. I'm not saying it's not. It's just not very clear to me how it is. So if you could spell that out, I'd be interested. You say it's because you're the reason the child exists and is the current state. Imagine flying a plane and jumping out halfway through. If you're the pilot, you jump out. Is that what you have in mind? The people in the plane are screwed even though all you did was stop providing. You're the reason they're in that situation. Yeah, there's an understanding that they are going to be safely piloted to their destination. And so if you bail on them mid-flight, you're definitely violating their rights, and you're not doing what they consented for you to do. What they consented for you to do is safely fly them to the destination. And you took their money, or the airline took their money on that understanding. So you agreed to do something, and then now you're not doing it, and they can't do anything about it. So you're held hostage to the pilot's decision to eject, and that's done without your consent. So you're killed. In that case, you're ultimately, I mean, and that's physical damage, right? You're not just suffering mental damage, you're physically dead. So is that I can kind of see how that's, you could see that's an initiation of force. I mean, it's not the typical kind, but I can kind of see it. Yeah, you're the pilot, Charles says. I'd like to see a written statement of this, like someone who's really thought about this and worked it out and written an article on it or something. I mean, I kind of have at least a woozy grasp of it, but I'd like to see it spelled out by an expert, someone who's really thought about this a lot and makes a very clear case of how all rights violations turn out to be some form of force, initiation of force. That would be interesting. Or maybe someone has done this. I don't know. But if anyone out there is aware of such a piece of writing, I'd be interested to see that. So you can let me know what it is in the chat. Or maybe you can be the one to write it. Maybe Charles can write an article about this. I'm going to take a look at your channel, Charles, because I like to go to the channel of new people who I've never seen before. Take a quick look at the channel. Oh, you have a new account. You just created your account 8 days ago. All right. Are you a true ether believer, he asks. I guess that's a reference to the idea in physics, or maybe metaphysics, that there's no empty space in the universe. Everywhere there is something, and that is sometimes called the ether. It makes sense to me that there's nothing there. I mean, there's no pockets of nothing. What is, and what is not, is not. That's what Parmenides said, ancient Greek philosopher. There is no nothing. Nothing is not a different type of something. So I don't think there can be nothing anywhere in an absolute sense of nothing. Like there might not be any matter in the normal sense of matter that's easily detectable, but there still might be something like electromagnetic fields or I don't know what. Also, you can let me know how my volume is. I've made some adjustments recently to my mics. Let me know if I'm too loud or soft. I recently figured out how to increase the volume on my mic. Or a new way. I've known other ways to do that, but I know Inductica, James talks about ether. James Elias, he talks about the ether, and you ask here whether I'm an Inductica fan. I've watched a little of his well, I don't know how much. I've watched some of his content, and I like some of the math videos. The physics videos, I'm, I guess, less qualified to have an opinion on them. I haven't watched, I don't know that I've seen like an entire of his video, of any of his videos. I've seen pieces of many of his videos, but I don't think I'm really in a position to offer an opinion on his videos. I've seen some discussion of them by other objectivists, but I haven't like looked into it enough or researched it enough to have a solid opinion of my own on the physics stuff. But the math stuff, like, I don't know when it was, a year or two ago maybe, he started to publish videos on very basic mathematics, like arithmetic and counting, and what would give rise to the need for such things, how there's an inductive being where you're starting from concretes and building up to it. It's not, as opposed to deductive, where you start with generalizations and then apply them to particular cases. I thought the videos on math, at least I don't know how many I saw, maybe a couple videos, 2 or 3 maybe. I thought they were good. So that's what I can say about his channel. Context dropping, straw man fallacy, teaching Johnny to think. Okay. Maybe that's in reference to something I was saying about citizenship or education. I'm not sure what I was talking about when those chats came in. In any one-on-one between Yaron and Peikoff, pick Peikoff. All right. Well, I wouldn't do that. Someone asked me about Peikoff versus Yaron on immigration. They had a debate on immigration back in, I think it was 2013, around there. And at the time, I didn't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. But now I lean more towards Yaron's view. On immigration, at least. But I guess you're talking about, because I said on education, that's what I was talking about. I said Leonard Peikoff had the view that parents should be required to provide at least basic education, reading, writing, and arithmetic. But Yaron, I heard him, I think sometime maybe within the last few months, I think he said in one of his videos that he didn't think even that should be required. And I guess I mean, I'll listen to arguments for both sides, but I think, I guess if I had to choose one, I feel a little more partial to Yaron's view on that right now, at least. But maybe you can persuade me to hold a more Peikoff-like view. All right, Special says, if I was a heathen in Israel in the time when slavery existed, then I wish I was a slave of Israel. That way I can learn about the real God. All right, well, sounds like you might be coming from a quite different perspective. I don't think there is a God. I'm an atheist. I don't remember what you talked about last time you were here. I don't know if it was something related to God or something else. I'm going to open the stream on my phone. Sometimes it's useful to look at the chat there instead of on my laptop. All right, got some more likes on the stream. Thanks for those. Okay, looks like just more chats from Charles for right now. Oh, Simon just came in. Hi, Simon. Oh, Special says it was about a woman finding a book. Oh, that's right. Yeah, a woman finding a book a pastor suggested with a 1 in 40 million chance. Okay, that's right. Yeah, this was supposedly a miracle. She was an atheist, but then she found this book just by chance in her car, which her pastor had recommended, and then this event converted her to believing in God. That's right. Yeah, we talked about that some in the, I think it was the last stream 5 days ago. He has a great text on induction. Oh, James does? Okay. I haven't seen that. Well, I might have seen a version of it, but I don't know if I've seen the one that you're referring to. I saw that debate. I think Peikoff is correct, says Charles, on the immigration debate. I wonder if Charles is the same person as another person who... I wonder if he's just using a different screen name, because I saw that his account was created just, what was it, 4 days ago? No, 8 days ago. Yeah. Still pretty recent, though. Sometimes people, they create accounts to disguise their identity. Like I've had trolls who I block, and then they create a new account under some different name. But I don't know if that's going on here. There might be different reasons people choose to have multiple identities. All right. Is there any content on his channel? No, it doesn't look like it. Charles says he thinks Peikoff was correct in the immigration debate. I take it that's the debate he means. Have you seen a rational curriculum lecture by Peikoff? I've seen his lectures on the philosophy of education. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. I think it was 1985 he gave those lectures. And they might have been repackaged and put under a different title since then. Like when the Ayn Rand Institute has published some of his courses, or all of them maybe, on YouTube. And I think they sometimes change the format and maybe the titles of various parts of them. But I'm guessing you're referring to what was originally his course called The Philosophy of Education. I've heard those many years ago, and I think they're great. I don't know if that's where he said that reading, writing, and arithmetic should be required, though. If I'm recalling what he said correctly, at least. Have you seen a rational... Oh, I just read that one. Dan, have you read James Valliant's post on immigration? No, I haven't. I did see it, that it exists, but I haven't read it. I did read the one by Leonard Peikoff, though. I guess it was a companion piece, because I think it was called Part 2, and James Valliant's was Part 1. About ICE. Yeah. the application of the objectivist political philosophy to immigration. Haven't seen that one, says Charles. He disagrees with Harry Benswinger. Yeah. And Yaron Brook. That is Leonard Peikoff. Disagrees with them. Maybe that's something we could look at on stream. Not sure I want to do that, though. I'll think. Oh, maybe. We'll see. Charles says, do you know why Valliant doesn't self-identify as objectivist anymore? I saw that he said that, and I don't know if I remember. Well, I think part of it was that Ayn Rand didn't want her followers to identify as that. She wanted them to identify as students of objectivism, to make it clear that they're not representatives of her views, something like that. And I think that might have been at least part of Valliant's reason. I don't remember if there were other reasons that he gave. But on that one, I think it might have been Harry Benswinger who said that it was no longer necessary after Ayn Rand died, because she's not going to be, or at least she's not going to suffer any damage. I mean, maybe her reputation posthumously would, if people who aren't really objectivists call themselves objectivists, but I guess at least she herself wouldn't be around to suffer that damage. So I think Harry Benswinger might have said that it's more appropriate to take on the label objectivist now that she's gone than it would have been during her life. And I don't know that he was necessarily against anyone taking on the label objectivist even while she was alive, but at least there's a lower bar now. It's not as big a deal. I think that was his view. And I think he used the term honorific. Like, he doesn't see the term objectivist as an honorific, as like some praiseworthy label. It's just a factual description of what someone is. I think that's how he sees it. Charles says it's insane the amount of people who say they're objectivist and are the furthest thing from it. You say for it, but I guess you mean from it. I do think there are people like that. I think a lot of people who support Trump and are enthusiastic about Trump, I don't think that's consistent with objectivism. Yet I think there are quite a few people who would call themselves objectivists. They self-identify as objectivist, yet they do support Trump. And I think my sense is it's not just as a lesser of evils. Like, I can see regarding Trump as a lesser of evil and voting for him for that reason. Now, I don't even think he's a lesser of evil in the last election, at least. But I think that's at least more understandable than positively supporting the guy and liking him. Oh, Ghosty is here. Hello. And also JT Blaine. Hello. A new person. But yeah, I think if you're positively enthusiastic about Trump and you don't just see him as a lesser of evil, I don't see how that's consistent with objectivism, because I think Trump is just so anti-objectivist that I don't think you can support him and also also understand and support objectivism. I think you have to be opposed to Trump if you understand and support objectivism. That's what I think. I hear people call themselves objectivists and believe in God, Platonism, and a little bit of communism, says Simon. Well, we had a guy call into the stream last time who was a Buddhist, but I think he also called himself an objectivist. And that was actually a topic we got into, whether objectivism is actually consistent with Buddhism. And I was arguing, no, it's not. But yeah, there are people who like that. There are people like that who, and I've also heard of Christians who call themselves Christian objectivists, which also I don't think is really a thing. I don't think you can be both Christian and objectivist. That's an odd dichotomy, the honorific thing, says Charles. Why is it odd? Because you think objectivism is a honorific term? And, or what is the dichotomy exactly? You might think that it should come with some praise, like if you think objectivism is a great philosophy and it takes focus and rationality to see its truth and its goodness, you might think, well, yeah, it should be a kind of honorific to be that. It shouldn't just be a neutral, factual description. It should imply some positive evaluation. I mean, at least if you evaluate objectivism positively. That seems reasonable to me. Yeah, and the anarchist knuckleheads. Yeah, there are also a group of people who call themselves anarcho-objectivists. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing either. Ayn Rand clearly opposes anarchism. I was just having a little discussion with someone in my comments on my last video, the debate video, about anarchism. I told him he could call in if he wants to discuss it further, but I don't know if he's going to. Actually, let me check my comments, see if he replied to that. No, doesn't look like he replied. AGOSTI says, "Hi Dan, I hope you're doing well. I saw your discussion on not so erudites and had some thoughts about it. We can chat about it through Zoom if you want. I can't talk for too long given the time difference." Okay, you're in the Netherlands, so you're 9 hours ahead, right? So that means it's now 11:51 p.m. your time. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can call in. You can call in through Zoom, or you can use the Google Voice. I guess either one is fine. If we're just going to do audio, I guess it doesn't really matter. Zoom is really there to allow for video calls, and it's a higher quality image of me. But the most important thing here is the audio. I guess one reason to do Google Voice, which is the 657 number, is I want to test it out some more because it's a relatively new way of calling in, and I'm still mastering all the technical details. Although I guess the Zoom has the advantage of you don't have to dial a number. Maybe it's easier for you if you're calling internationally to use that Zoom link. But it's up to you. And let me know if you call in. If you don't hear from me acknowledging your call soon, you can type it in the YouTube chat, because sometimes I'm not looking at the right window to see when someone has tried to call in. But if it looks like, if you think I might have missed your call, you can just type something in the YouTube chat, because that's what I'm looking at right now, so I'll see that quickly. I don't know if he's still here. Maybe he went to sleep. All right, Charles says Harriman with a broken heart. I don't know what that means. Does that mean disappointment in Harriman or something else? That also makes me think you might be another person, because I remember someone else here who has mentioned Harriman before. That combined with the fact that you have a new account makes me think you might be somebody else. I think the people who support Trump and call themselves objectivists are more of the pragmatists, says Simon. Trump himself, you might think, is a pragmatist. Although maybe that's too philosophical a term. Unless you construe a pragmatist in a... I guess there's a more and less robust way of construing it. Like, if you think of the philosophy of pragmatism, like John Dewey or William Peirce or William James, I think they were pragmatists. C.S. Peirce, maybe that was the one. C.S. Peirce. Like, I don't think Trump is philosophical in that sense, but you might think in action he acts like a pragmatist, even if he's not aware of pragmatism as a philosophy. You might also think he's just a thug, and he's not really guided by any ideology, although maybe that amounts to the same thing or overlaps with acting like a pragmatist. I recently discovered Harriman, says Simon. I ordered his book after I listened to his 5-part lecture. I think he's done great work in physics in the past and the history of science, but I think in recent years he has said a lot of bad things on other topics unrelated to science and physics, like related to Trump and ARI. He's very critical of them. And I don't know if he's involved with the Atlas Society, but I think he did at least one. I think he made one appearance at one of their conferences back in 2014. But I don't know if he's done anything with them since then. JT Blaine says, I voted for Trump in 2024. A big mistake. Why was it a mistake? What has he done that made you think it was a mistake? if you want to say. Oh, Gabriel Weaver is back. He called in last time. He says, "Brother, I'd love to call and chat about whatever, but I got school, work," followed by an expletive. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, AGOSTI is in the waiting room. Sorry, I didn't see. Did he say he was in the waiting room on Zoom? Or on the YouTube chat? Oh, there. I just got to it. He says he's in the Zoom waiting room. Okay, sorry. I just saw that. Okay. I'm going to take this call, and then after that, I'll come back and engage with some more chats. All right. And maybe you can call in later, Gabriel, if you finish your schoolwork or work, and if I'm still going, I'll probably go for many hours. I usually stream for many hours. But you can check back later if you're available, and maybe we can do a call later. All right, let me bring AGOSTI in here. And I got to make sure I've got my Zoom settings correct, because they changed around the settings, but I think I know how to get to what I need. Host tools, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, now I don't know if you want to do video, but you can let me know. Right now I just have audio turned on. Okay. Hello, AGOSTI.
Hello, Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for
Hi.
taking my call.
Sure. Do you want to do video or just audio?
I mean, I'm just in bed right now, so I'm going to sleep in like half an hour. So I'm
Okay.
just going to stay with the audio for now.
Okay.
Um, but every time when you're live, it's like super late here.
Yeah, you're in the Netherlands, so it's midnight for
Yeah.
you, right?
Yeah, it just turned midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
thing I'm a night owl, but usually I go to bed late anyway, but Uh, by the time you're done streaming, it's like morning here, since you stream like 7 hours every
Yeah,
time.
I've recently been streaming for around 7 hours, so if I go till 9 p.m. my time, I guess that's going to be 6 in the morning your time. So I don't know if you're.
Yeah, what the hell?
It might be. I don't know if you're still going to be asleep, but anyway, I appreciate you calling in, even though it's late. So maybe I'll do a show earlier one of these days, and it'll be easier for Europeans to catch it.
Yeah, do you actually do you know if you have a lot of European listeners?
I don't know how many. I mean, I've had some. I've had people tell me they're calling from Sweden or um, maybe I don't know what other European countries I've had. There have been a few. Maybe the UK. I've had some callers.
Hmm.
Israel, Japan, South Africa. Um, Maybe some others, but I don't know how many. It does tell me in my YouTube analytics. I might be able to find some data on that, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Mm. Okay, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like being able to reach people around the world. That's great.
I understand. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Um, I recently the reason why I'm calling is because I saw your video on I don't know her name, but
Kyla.
in the title, Kyla. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, there were some things that I thought about while you guys were arguing. Well, I mean, arguing. I think she was pretty respectful, so I kind of found the discussion interesting in that sense. But while I was listening to it, I thought, this whole debate comes down to the issue of trying to clarify um, choice versus having no choice, and basically the responsibility individuals have to deal with reality. And in that context, it was about citizenship, raising kids, and I think that there was some package deal in that citizenship question, meaning you have all these regulations that you said was, regulation means a force is not the same uh, as individual rights protection. But then for her, citizenship means including all the regulations that come with it, and you don't know which regulations will come in the future. So citizenship for her means the same as force in that sense. But what stayed with me afterward was just the question about how objectivism draws the line between, having constraints imposed by reality and coercion imposed by other people. So in particular, after watching it, I was, kind of interesting into understanding more precisely when a situation of dependency or responsibility is involved, such as the parent, teaching, educating a child, um, or what crosses the threshold from just limitation into what could properly be called force. So, for example, in the case of citizenship, it's just a legal status. I don't know what the force element uh, in that should be. But I think her argument was, and by the way, I'm talking for too long, so I'm just going to go into a question. I think citizenship for you meant a legal status, and for her, it meant you have no choice. But having no choice in itself, I don't think objectivism in any way tries to imply that that means force. Um, so I'm not calling to challenge the basic principles that force involves the initiation, Jesus Christ, of coercion, but more to like explore how that principle applies. Um, so, for example, in teaching a child, you have control over another person's condition in the same way how a doctor can have it over a patient or something. So it's like you're in a certain position, and yeah, I would appreciate your perspective on uh, how responsibility and choice and simply the demands of reality interact in defining the concept of force.
Okay. So this is a kind of new topic for me. It's not something I've thought a lot about, and that might have come through in the debates. I wasn't always sure what to say, so I don't claim to have like a very well worked out view on this. But one thing that someone actually pointed out in the comments on the debate, which it I thought it was a good point. He said it's not citizenship per se that involves coercion. It depends on what the
Mm.
citizenship involves. Like if you're a citizen of a totalitarian state like Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia, and part of being a citizen in that state means that you can be drafted into the army, for instance. Well, then being a citizen, then you might say, okay, well, having German or Nazi German citizenship is a violation of rights. That does involve coercing someone. But if it's a right respecting form of citizenship, like if you're a citizen of the United States, and or let's say an ideal capitalist country, so there's not even taxation, no regulations. If you're a citizen in that sort of country, then it just means that I guess you have the right to vote, maybe, but it doesn't mean that you're subject to the initiation of force. So citizenship per se doesn't really tell you whether you're being whether you have force initiated against you or not. It depends on the nature of the country of which you are a citizen. So that's one point. And there was another that just was in my mind a second ago, and it escaped me. Maybe if I go back to it was also in this comment that somebody left on my video. Maybe I can go to that. I can share that on the screen. It was by Louis somebody. Lay Marcand. Can you see it on my screen? Can you see the comments?
I can't right now.
Okay. I'll just read the part. This is the one for anyone who can see my screen. This one by Louis Lamar 796 is the comment. So he says here, the real question is not whether a child consents to citizenship, but whether the government in question protects the child's rights or violates them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the point I was just making. It's not citizenship per se. It's, does the citizenship involve being drafted into an army or not? But then there was another point I was going to make about citizenship.
So it's more to say like citizenship can be used, can be misused. Like that's like when force can get involved. Like force begins when the compliance is demanded under threat. And, you can have citizenship being misused, and then force is involved. Or it is used, as you say, for the protection of individual rights. But in both cases, citizenship is needed. So citizenship in itself does not really say anything about force. It just says, do you have a choice or not? And that I don't think objectivism holds as a good basis to define force. Like, for example, if you're going to refuse citizenship, you're still going to use, like the roads and the other businessmen who are, using the legal status for their profits, and you're still going to engage with them, but not under the same system. So, you should be treated as an outlaw, let's say. So in some sense, you come down to responsibility and dealing with reality. And I think that aspect was that I forgot her name again, Kyla.
Yeah.
That she was not taking into consideration.
Well, she did say, I didn't follow everything you just said, but this might be related, and you can tell me if you want to go in a different direction. But I think she said at some point that citizenship comes with rights and responsibilities. And I think I said, yeah, okay, I guess I can go along with that, or something along those lines. But what are the responsibilities it comes with, and also what are the rights? Like, fundamentally, there's just the right to life, and then there are expressions of that, like the right to the property that you own, but there's also things like the right to vote, which I think non-citizens don't have, at least in the U.S. Now, as for responsibilities that come with citizenship, I don't know what that would be. Maybe serving on a jury if you're subpoenaed to serve. Maybe that's a responsibility. But what about just not initiating force against other people? I don't see that as unique to being a citizen. I think that's for any human being, whether you're a citizen or not. You have a responsibility to respect other people's rights and not initiate force against them. I don't know if that interacts with the point you just made. I hope I didn't derail what you were trying to say, but I was a little distracted.
I think it's the same, but with different words. I mean, my thing was I listened to it and I just thought, in the end, force just means, it doesn't mean there's any limitation. It doesn't mean that there's no limitation on things. It just means, are you compelled compliance backed by threat? And that's it. So in that sense, I think it's the same as being, what she called responsible. Yeah, I don't have, let's say, responsibility to my state to not violate rights. Like the responsibility, we all have it, to deal with reality. So yeah, I think that's it. Which is the same as what you said, yeah.
I
Basically.
do think it's important, this point you made towards the beginning about reality versus other people. I think that's often like maybe conflated is the word. Like reality imposes certain requirements on you. Like you have to work in order to live if you're on a islands by yourself. But that doesn't mean you're being coerced. I think coercion only
Hmm.
comes into the picture when there's some other person who is overriding your voluntary consent. But just reality itself, I think it's misusing the term coercion to say reality itself coerces you, when it's true that you are necessitated by reality to do certain things in order to live. But that's different than saying you're coerced to do something. And I don't know if she was making that kind of use of coercion, or at least by implication. I'm not sure. I would have to go back and listen. But at least a lot of people make that, on the left at least, make that kind of usage of coercion. They think it applies to reality per se, not just to other people.
Yeah,
So
right. I think
yeah.
that's exactly the point that I was also thinking when I was listening to the discussion, was like, some force, you cannot be forced by reality in that sense. And if you're born in a certain country, obviously you have no choice in that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so a lack of options is not enough to say that you are being forced or coerced. Like, I cannot breathe underwater. Like, like
Right.
I'm not forced to, like, live as a human in that sense. Like, it is what it is. So the same thing is with citizenship. And then the question is the citizenship being used to protect that fact? Um, and it can be misused, but conflating the two is like really giving room to, like, let's say, the totalitarian uh, regimes who use citizenship to use force. And certainly, but, like, for example, in the Netherlands, the word liberal is right wing, and then left wing, you just say socialist. So it's very interesting to me whenever I hear Americans discuss with liberals, and then the liberal is like more like the from the control side, which here in the Netherlands is the exact opposite. A liberal is someone who wants to maximize liberty, or I don't know, they're not really living up to it, but, like, in the words that's like the words we use. That's what we mean. Um, it's like what conservative means in the U.S. Same issues, I think. Um, but yeah, it's that's that's what I got from the discussion. Is like, this force does not mean, like, we don't have an option with X or Y. Um, and it also came down to responsibility, I think. So the responsibility to survive, and also the responsibility to educate your kids, uh, etc.
I just wrote down liberal in Europe is like conservative in the U.S. Is that what you said? I just want to make sure I got that right.
I mean, uh, we use the word conservative in a different sense than what Americans use for the word Republican, let's say. But certainly the word liberal in Europe is a right-wing term.
Okay.
And it's very interesting that it's the other way around in the US. So liberal in the Netherlands, at least, but also in whole Europe, because also in the European Parliament you have like the liberal side, and they're the more pro free market people.
Okay. Yeah, this term right has morphed, at least in the US. It used to mean people who are more aligned with smaller governments and capitalism and more liberty, but now it's like Trump, who wants tariffs and is not in favor of rule of law, and he's rather dictatorial, I think, in his tendencies or attitudes. He admires dictators, I think. So I don't think the way the way right wing is used today, it's associated with people who are far from capitalist or far from properly limited government. So some people in the objectivist movement, they don't use that term anymore, at least, to refer to pro-capitalist elements. Okay. So just going back to some other point you were making that about the debate. So one issue that came up is a third category, and maybe citizenship falls into this. It's not something that's coercive, but it's also not something voluntary, at least for a baby. Like a baby doesn't choose his citizenship or hers. But it's also not, I don't think it necessarily implies the baby is being subject to coercion. So maybe there's this third category of non-coercive state of being or non-coercive state of affairs. These are some terms I used in the debate. I wasn't sure exactly what to call it, but it's neither coercive nor something you voluntarily chose. Now, when you're an adult, you can choose to renounce your citizenship, or maybe choose to become a citizenship of a different country. But for an infant, you're not choosing it, so it's not something you do voluntarily. But you're also not coerced. So I think maybe it's in some third category. And one other point I wanted to make is I do think that it is dangerous to conflate the idea of being required by nature to do something and then being subject to coercion, because then the term coercion, it doesn't seem so bad. Like if you can't escape it, right? If you're just sheerly by dint of existing, you're subject to force or coercion, then, well, maybe it's not that bad. It's just an inherent part of reality, and it's metaphysical rather than man-made. To hark back to a essay that Ayn Rand wrote, The Metaphysical versus the Man-Made. If coercion or force is just part of the fabric of reality, it's not some man-made thing which we can do something about, then you might think, oh, we just have to resign ourselves to accepting it. And yeah, then I do think it becomes dangerous. So I think it is important to have a concept that clearly distinguishes what nature requires us to do and what other people are by choice requiring us to do. And that's not a point I made in the debate, but it might have been a good point to make. Anyways, a point worth making somewhere.
No, yeah, but no, that's beautiful. But I think that we already have words for that if we just use the word constraint or options, or like, for example, obviously a baby is, we cannot, like, we're rational adults, but to look at a baby and think with that same scope is just, it's fantastic. Like, why would we ever want to do it? We have to say a baby has constraint, or also an adult in a certain sense. But that just comes down to, do you have a choice at all? And as long as you have a choice, we can talk about constraint, like how many options do you have? You know, do you have alternatives? That's something else than to say like somebody's coercing you. So a lack of options, that's simply nature, you know. And then the question for us becomes, okay, how do we have as much options as possible? How can we survive as good as possible? Um, but those lack of options, as long as they don't come from another person overriding your will, let's say, then we're just talking about constraint, you know. And I know that we live in a time where we want to like equalize, maybe even that, you know. But of course, that's not something that an objectivist would agree to. But I would say force just means, is there a non-nature? Well, this is a bit weird, but I'm also not a philosopher, so sometimes I don't use the most precise words for what I mean. That makes it more difficult. But let's say if there's intentional compulsion, because nature doesn't intend anything, um, if there is intentional compulsion, then we can say, okay, my constraint is coming from force.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's not involved, we're just talking about constraint. You know, like it doesn't have to be. We don't have to make another category, I think. Or am I
So maybe
thinking too?
that's
Or am
what
I,
a citizenship is for a baby. That's just if a baby is born into U.S. citizenship or Netherlands citizenship, that's just a constraint that they are subject to, but they're not coerced into it.
yeah, but at the same time, they're also not um, like an adult can think, maybe I don't want to live my whole life in Netherlands, but a baby, you know, like it's like I have my cat on my lap right now. It's like saying, it's like humanizing my cat. You know, it would be the same thing. It's like he doesn't. It's like saying, oh, my cat maybe wished to not be a Dutch cat. You know, like it's just it's irrational. So for the same thing, we don't. And with we, I just mean we as people. We don't have to discuss our babies being coerced by being a baby. You know, it's they have constraints. I have constraints. Some I'm 29. Some people of my age have way less constraints. And a baby, by its nature, has a lot. But from his perspective, you know, maybe not as much, because at the same time, he's also not there to say, oh my God, I wish I was, you know, already an adult, like just to say something weird. So I don't know. It's an interesting discussion, but if it is clarifying, that's something that I'm in doubt about. And I think I think this is the thing that I did like about the discussion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that she was asking these questions to debunk you in that sense. I think she was very interested. And again, I don't know her, so I have no idea. I just saw it on your channel, so maybe I'm wrong about this. But my idea was that she was very interested in it, and not just you know, being unnecessary. Uh, she's not trying to make like gotcha questions. But I
Mm-hmm.
think that this is a huge confusion that we're talking about, and what you guys were talking about. I think it's a basic confusion that we also don't really hear in a clarifying way around us a lot. And that's where it comes from. But I think the answer is quite easy, which is we have constraints that doesn't have to be force. Um, and we have certain responsibilities, but to deal with reality and not with a state or something like that. Not even to others in that sense. Like it's secondary.
Yeah, it did occur to me that there are different types of constraints which we might distinguish as being metaphysical or man-made. Like, so with the baby, so if your baby is born into Netherlands citizenship, that would be a man-made constraint. It wasn't just inherent in the nature of reality, but it was at least partly a result of human beings' choices. Like, they had to choose to create a country and define certain requirements of citizenship, and the baby falls under those. But a metaphysical constraint would be, for instance, the baby is born with blonde hair or brunette hair. That's not something man-made, right? That's just a fact of reality, which couldn't be otherwise. Now, you can dye the hair later, right, if you want, and then it can be, you can bring the man-made into it. But just at least starting out, that it has a certain hair color, that's not an issue of human choice, whereas I think the citizenship is. Now, in neither case does it involve force, whether it's a metaphysical constraint like the hair color or a man-made constraint like the citizenship. It's still not coercion or force in the political sense. But it just occurred to me that there are different categories within the non-coercive kind of constraints, which one might distinguish. And as for the other point about her like asking genuine questions and being interested in trying to understand, yeah, I got that sense. I didn't get the sense she was being bad faith or asking gotcha questions. Now, some of the people in my comments, maybe they had a different impression, and I think they did. But I didn't have a problem. I thought she was asking reasonable questions and having a reasonable discussion. So, and I was pleased with that.
Yeah, I just think what happens is that the questions that she asks, she literally, and that's not to say it in a bad way, she literally doesn't know. And what you're saying does not, like integrate with everything she thinks she knows. And that's basically what happens. And then it's, to me, a blast to see that doesn't, because more often than not, something like that pushes someone to be annoying about it, and that's something that she didn't do. So that's why I said real interest, but maybe interest is not the best word, but certainly not bad faith.
Yeah, I thought it was. It seemed like I didn't get bad faith vibes either. It seemed like it was a genuine discussion, and it didn't turn sour into like ad hominems or insults. And I guess I probably would have left at that point. And she had a prior caller actually before me, who I think was being kind of maybe condescending or smug. Those are some terms that she used, and I was getting that vibe myself when I was listening to the previous caller. So I guess she's on alert to that kind of caller, and she does call it out, I guess, when she sees it, which I think that's a good thing to do. But it didn't come up in my case. I mean, she might have been. I think she might have been kind of irritated, at least with some of my answers, or at the end. Someone in the comments said, "Why did she end the call abruptly?" And I'm actually not sure. It did seem a bit abrupt, but she might have just had other things she wanted to get to on her stream, or maybe maybe she wasn't sure what to say to the last thing I said in reply to her. I don't know. But anyways, overall, at least, I thought it was a good conversation.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, I don't know what she's thinking. So for sure, I cannot know for sure. But for what I got from it, it's not the same as, like, for example, you're calling to the majority report where, I just, there was one time that you called in there, and I just really didn't like that. Like, just the way how they, condescending is the right word.
Yeah, I think she was definitely more polite than they are on the majority report. That's for sure.
Sure. And something to say about coming back to what we were talking about about the meaning of force, the meaning of constraints, and you said there were different types of constraints. Now, obviously, there are, but the question is what the differences are and what the differences between those constraints depend upon. And then we can know if something is coercion or not. So one thing I have with bad political discussions, which I think, without bad mouthing her, but it just, it's not a her thing. It happens so often. But one thing is to tie everything together and not think about, do any of these differences hinge on like any certain kind of agencies or anything? So for example, tomorrow when I drive to work, I know that I have like half a gas tank. So, and also because of the war in Iran, the gas prices are up. So there's all these constraints on both the scarcity of oil, what I have in my tank, what I have in my bank account, and these are all kinds of forces. Constraints. But they, maybe in some indirect way, there's of course force involved because we know how our politics is, like changing the prices because of their actions and stuff. But for me, from an individual perspective, there's not really any kinds of force being done to me. It's only constraint. So, for example, I can drive less, or something like that. So I feel it the higher prices less. So just limit on options on itself does not involve coercion. So yeah, I don't know if you have any different types of constraints that you think are like tricky, that they are normally seen as, for example, constraints by nature, but they're actually not. So, for example, what I was thinking about was the gas prices. Like, obviously, from an individual perspective, I can also drive less. But at the same time, we know that the gas prices, we don't have a free market in energy. So there is force involved. But is it a stretch to say that I am being forced to pay high gas prices? If it makes any sense, or if it's something you can follow.
I think maybe I get it at least partly. I was thinking that there are things like OPEC and countries can just decide to raise the price of oil or withhold oil from the markets, and create upward pressure on the price somehow. And oil can be rations, and I think that's when governments are doing these things, at least, then I think it does involve coercion. So, but I mean, are you forced to pay higher prices? Maybe in a sense you are. I mean, you can choose not to drive, right? You can choose to ride a bike or walk or just drive less. But I guess if your options are being constrained because of someone else's use of force, that could still be seen as force. Like when someone mugs you on the street and says, he points a gun at you and says, "Give me your wallet." Well, you have an option there, right? You can choose not to give him your wallet, and then he can shoot you. So you still have a choice in some sense, but you can't choose to not give him your wallet without being penalized, like without being shot. So he is constraining the options available to you. So I do still think it's right to say you're being coerced, even if there's some lesser range of options that you can now choose among. You can no longer choose to drive at the same price that you could drive before. That option has been taken off the table when like a country just arbitrarily increases the price by dictate So yeah, I think even if your options are being constrained, that can still be considered coercion.
Yeah, so you're partly being, I mean, for a great deal, you're being coerced. Obviously, nobody's saying to me, you have to buy the gas. But at the same time, if I would say to myself, what if I think of a smart way to make my own gas? That will be illegal because I would have to be able to compete. We have to give a practical example, in the Netherlands, we have one of the biggest gas fields in whole of Europe. It's in the north, in Groningen, it's called. And the government actually, with a state-owned company, used to pump up the gas for many, many years. Now, what happened was that the houses in the north, they actually got damaged. And this has been a political issue for tens and tens of years. They still didn't get paid, like the people over there, blah blah blah. And if it was a private company, of course, they would have to, especially with all the profit that they made, um, they would have to pay for the damages. A judge would decide that. But because this was the state, they go to a different judge. It's called a bestuursrechter, which is a judge that only concerns himself with state affairs and the legality of that. So what I was trying to say, what they are doing now because of climate change ideas and stuff, they're pouring cement in these gas wells, let's say. They could just close it down, but they're making it permanently impossible to get gas over there. And they still did not pay back the people with their broken houses. But if I would say I want to escape the high gas prices by buying a piece of land in Groningen, and I'm going to do it the right way, how a businessman would do it. Like if you're future minded, you have to be able to do it in such a way that you don't damage any houses. And if you do, you have to pay them. Okay. I would not be allowed to do that. So in that way, everybody in the Netherlands is being coerced with the high gas prices because we have to get it from, maybe Russia, which is a huge stunt, given that we are in some sense at war with them because Ukraine is in some sense a European country. So we are being coerced in that sense. You can always say you can drive less. And this is something I also find difficult, which is something that I wanted to ask you, which I tried to ask you in the beginning of the call. Also, like, how do we relate the individual responsibility and being coerced in more of like a indirect sense? So yes, we can drive less. At the same time, we cannot outsmart them, let's say. Legally, we're not allowed to do that. So we are being coerced, even if I don't take the car. So even if I'm going to work, I'm still being coerced in that sense because I'm not. So, but I find it very difficult to differentiate the two very clearly. Like, because obviously when I would say to somebody, if I would say to a colleague, for example, I'm being coerced with the high gas prices, the first thing they would say is, okay, drive less. And that's true. That is something, in that sense, you're not being coerced. But at the same time, we are a bit. But force and coercion, to me, does not sound as a term that we can say, oh, I'm being 50% coerced. Isn't it more of like, in some sense, it is an absolute thing. But I would also find it a bit too dramatic, but maybe that's my conventional thinking, to say I'm being coerced with these high gas prices because, yeah, you still have the option, I guess, to not drive. So I find this very difficult. How do we relate all these different forms of responsibility to deal with reality and politically, so in an indirect way, being coerced?
Yeah, I think it might be tricky in some cases, but one thought I had on this is like we live in a mixed economy, so it's not a totalitarian society where everything is coerced on us and we have no freedom at all, and we also don't live in a laissez-faire society where we have no coercion. So now, like, what should we say in the U.S.? How coerced am I? Am I 50% coerced, 30% coerced, 75% coerced? And does it vary from
Yeah.
person to person? Like, let's say I'm very a very rich businessman and I get taxed at a higher rate because we have a higher tax rates for richer people. Am I more coerced than someone who, just has a modest middle class kind of income? So maybe a rich person is coerced at 60%, but a middle class person is only coerced at 30%. So I think it can get very complicated. And I guess maybe instead of putting numbers to it, even if you can't do that, you can at least isolate out the elements and you can say, I am coerced in this respect for this reason. Like, I'm coerced by taxes, or I'm coerced by regulations, or I'm coerced because Russia is engaged in a war of aggression and it's causing the price of oil to go up. So I mean, as long as you can at least isolate all the elements and spell them out to that degree, I mean, I think that's important to be able to do, and it's less important to be able to put an exact number to it. Now, I do think it's important to be able to at least ordinally rank coercion, like more or less, as opposed to cardinally rank them and saying like 55% versus 63.8%, right? Put an actual number on it. But it is important to be able to say, well, we have more freedom in the U.S. than there is in Russia, and there's more freedom in England than there is in Nazi Germany. So you have to be able to make these more and less comparisons, but I don't think it's as important to be able to put an exact number on it. And then fight against the cases where there is coercion, whatever number that might turn into, if you were able somehow to put a number on it, and then promote the cases where there's liberty or freedom. So I guess that's how I'm thinking about it right now. The exact number isn't so important. Just being able to identify the elements of coercion versus freedom, and then promote the elements of freedom, and then fight against the elements of coercion, whatever degree they happen to be existing in.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to maybe saying individually, I'm not being coerced, but politically, I am being coerced with the gas prices, something like that. Then maybe you take away the dramatic notion of I'm being coerced. Then you're just saying, well, if I'm politically being coerced, I'm also saying that you are being politically coerced. But like on an individual level, yeah, I still have the choice to not drive or whatever. But if you put the word politically before it, maybe you're taking away the notion that it's only about you in every sense. And then because that's basically also what it is, right? You're not being individually coerced in that sense. You're still free to not drive, something like that. But politically, I think it's easy to defend that you're being coerced.
Okay. Yeah, there might be some distinction there. I don't know that I would put it as you're not individually coerced. I mean, individuals are, their lives and choices are being affected adversely by the policies of various governments. So I think it might be maybe depersonalizing it too much to say individually you're not coerced, because your own life actually is being affected. But maybe there's another term to capture what you're trying to say. I mean, you still do have some amount of choice, but it's constrained. The options available to you are being constrained to some degree. But yeah, I don't know the best way to label it. By the way, I just want to acknowledge, at least I do see somebody else called into Zoom. I don't know who that is. It just says there's no name. It just says Zoom user. I guess you can. That was the name somebody chose. And I don't know if someone in the chat was saying they asking how to call in. I don't know if that's the person who's actually here on Zoom, but you can let me know if that's you. And you can tell me what you want to talk about as well. I might screen that call since you're not somebody I know. But anyways, I don't have to go just yet, but I just want to at least acknowledge that I was aware somebody else had called in. Okay, so anything else you wanted to discuss while you're up here?
Actually, Dan, no, I was also like some minutes ago, I was already thinking to myself, I should really go to sleep.
Okay.
Also, when I do these calls, it really activates my mind, and then
Make it hard to go to sleep,
to
maybe.
Sleep. Yeah.
Well, maybe you can dream about it.
Yeah, I will wake up and have like an enlightened moment or something like that. I was actually watching some time ago, talking about dreams. Sometimes what I enjoy watching is like pseudo intellectuals or pseudo scientists. So I was actually watching Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan, on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he is I didn't know him before, but he was an actor, and then he started having dreams about, I don't know if it was God or something, but something was like telling him he was answering all the questions he had about life or something, and I just find that super enjoying. This my maybe my bad taste in humor, but I really like hearing like those pseudo intellectuals. So you can look him up, Terrence Howard. I don't know if it's something for you, if it's something you would like, but it's ridiculous to hear. I was just thinking about that when you said dreams. I thought about Terrence Howard because I was looking at it yesterday. But anyway, I think I will call in another time.
All right.
And okay, so I'm just going to thank you.
All right. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
All right.
I'll speak to you another time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I see it was officialClearDice in the chat. He says, yeah, that's me. He says, I wanted to talk about libertarian philosophy and theism. Okay. All right. I guess we can do that. I might see if I can screen your call. Okay, I think I know how to do that. See, I want to figure out how to talk to somebody without the audio coming through to YouTube until I screen it, and I think I know how to do that. Well, I guess I'll do a little test here soon. Should I take a break first, though? Maybe I should do a quick call. Or just get him on the line and then maybe take a break after that. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll bring him on just to screen. So if this goes as I intend it, you're not going to hear him. You'll just hear my side of the conversation. And I'll get to know him a little bit. And then maybe I'll take a break after that. And everyone can hear his call. Okay. So let's see if I turn. Oh, is that going to turn off my audio too? Well, if it does, that's okay. It doesn't. So you actually might not hear me or him for a second or a minute. So I'm going to try this, and I should be back shortly in a minute or two. Okay. Actually, I think you can still hear my audio. I'm going to test this on my phone. I'm going to try this, and I should be back shortly. In a minute. 1, 2, 3. I see Jason is here. Hello. Okay. Actually, I think you can still hear my audio. I'm going to test this on my phone. Kooky Kex is here. Yeah, it looks like it will pick up my side of the conversation. I see Jason's here. Hello. Okay. So I'm going to see if I can screen him now. Let's see, where's my... Here we go. Zoom user. And I'm going to have to ask you to unmute. Admit. All right. So I guess you can see his half of the screen now. But I don't think you'll hear him. I guess we'll find out soon. I guess you can see his half of the screen now. Okay, I just asked him to unmute. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so you are officialClearDice, right?
Yes, I am.
And you wanted to call about libertarianism and theism, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on a second. Hey, so you are officialClearDice, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I guess they can hear you. All right, I'm going to mute you first. Well, actually, before I mute you again, how much time do you have? If I take like a 10-minute break, 5 to 10 minutes, are you still going to be available after that, or do you have to go really soon?
No, I'm going to still be available.
Okay, then I'll just mute you during the break and come back to you after that. But I am curious to see if I can change my setting here so that when I try to screen a call on Zoom, only I hear you. So hold on a second. I have an idea on how to do that. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I think I might have just... Okay, can you say something now? Okay, you just said hello. Let me see if I can hear that. Change my setting here so that when I try to screen a call on Zoom, only I hear you. So hold on a second. I have an idea on how to do that. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I think I might have just... Okay, can you say something now? Okay, you just said hello. All right, I think I figured it out because I didn't hear your hello there. So, okay, yeah, there's just... I figured out the setting. Okay, so let me uncheck that so that when we come back from the break, they will be able to hear you. And I'll just mute you in Zoom. And when I come back, I'll ask you to unmute again.
All right, sounds good.
All right. So he's now muted. And I'm going to turn on my break screen in OBS. And then I'm going to type in the YouTube chat my return time. Let's see, it's now 3:57 p.m. Pacific. So let's see. I'll say on break back in 5 to 10 minutes, i.e. I guess that's going to be 4:03 to 4:08. 4:03 to 4:08 p.m. Pacific. Okay, I just put that message in the chat. Jason says, I did not hear the hello either, so your mute kind of worked. But I did hear him say it sounded good while you break. Yeah, I think I turned his volume back on for a second when you heard that part. We can test it some more later just to double check. Okay, I'm going to turn off my mic now and see you guys on the other side of the break. Okay, I am back. Oh. I am back. And now I just need to unmute my guest. By the way, thanks everyone for being here. I do appreciate your presence, your participation, your likes on the stream, any new subscribers. Definitely appreciate that. And I think there might be one setting in OBS I need to change so that you can hear. Oh no, I think I already fixed that. I just have to ask him to unmute in Zoom. All right, so we have officialClearDice, who wants to talk about libertarian philosophy and theism. All right. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, so I guess my first question would be like, and I know I already commented this, but I want you to like lay out for me in like more detail. I assume that you're like an objectivist, correct?
Sorry, you assume I'm what?
An objectivist.
Yeah. That's Ayn Rand's philosophy, objectivism. Yeah, I would say I'm objectivist. Or at least heavily influenced by objectivism.
Right. So what would you say is keeping you from making that leap from objectivism to anarcho-capitalism?
Oh, objectivism, the anarcho-capitalism. Are you the one who left a comment about this on my last video?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. All right, so I think that capitalism requires the protection of rights, and by that I mean the people are not subject to the initiation of force. And I'm concerned that if you don't have a government, then there will be a war of all against all, to use Hobbes's language, or maybe not all, but at least a lot of people. If you leave it to everyone to be a vigilante, basically take justice into their own hands, or I guess they could team up and form gangs, and then you could have gang warfare, then I'm doubtful that that would really be a society where individuals are free from the initiation of force. And I think it might actually devolve into dictatorship, like whoever becomes the strongest gang. I guess individuals will naturally want to group together because then they can be more powerful than they are just alone. So you'll have individuals forming gangs, and then whoever becomes the strongest gang will be the political party in power, and then it'll be like a dictatorship by that party. And maybe that then will break apart. Maybe someone will overthrow the dictator because they can't take it anymore. So someone will assassinate the strong man and try to replace him with somebody else, maybe himself. And then you might just have this cycle of violence of dictatorship and anarchy, etc. Oh, I see you're muted. I have to. I guess I can give you the power to mute and unmute yourself. I don't know if you muted yourself, but let me give you the power to mute and unmute yourself, because I didn't mute you again. Let me just give me a sec. Settings. Oh, audio, is that? No. What I need is the host tools. Let's see, more. Open all settings. Hold on a sec. I just found that. Okay, well, let me just... I can't find it right now. I'll just ask you to unmute again, and then just don't mute yourself unless you really need to, if there's some really bad background noise or something. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was doing that myself because I didn't want any like background noise to like interrupt while you were talking.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hear any background noise right now, but if I do, I can let you know. It's okay if you just stay unmuted.
All right. So I mean, my response to that would just be that I reject that's what would happen. So like in an anarcho-capitalist society, I mean, it could go one of two ways. You could have like either like insurance companies would essentially become the backbone of society, or you would have private private cities essentially where someone owns a plot of land and they allow for people to reside on that land. So in the situation where it's insurance companies being the backbone of society, how disputes would be resolved is that inherently going to war is more costly and less profitable than doing trade and doing business and cooperating. So the insurance companies would be incentivized to do that. So what would happen is that if I were to get into a conflict with you, for example, my insurance company would contact your insurance company and they would agree on a private court to take the dispute to, and then based off the private court's ruling, some type of restitution would be brought about for whoever was the victim, paid for by whoever the perpetrator was. And in the private city system, the owner of that plot of land that he's allowing for people to reside in, he would essentially decide how everything in that city is governed. So it would essentially be like a voluntary monarchy, essentially.
Voluntary monarchy. All right. I'm taking some notes here on my screen, which if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it there. By the way, what name should I have notes here. What name should I give you for this call? Call with who?
Chi, CHI.
CHI, Chi. Okay. All right. So you mentioned a couple kind of institutions, insurance companies, and private cities, and you said going to war is more costly than just settling things peacefully through the courts, the private courts, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm writing that here, in private courts. Okay. Maybe we can just go through an example. Let's say I've got a dispute with you, and maybe we're neighbors, and you've got a tree that has some branches that hang over into my yard, and maybe there's some fruit on it. Maybe it's an apple tree. Right. And I pick the apples and that are hanging into my yard. And then you find out I'm doing that, and you say, hey, you can't do that. This is my apple tree. And I said, well, yeah, it's growing in your yard, but the branches are hanging over into my yard, so I think I should be able to take these apples. If you didn't want me to do that, maybe you should have planted your apple tree closer to your house and further away from the fence so that, your branches aren't sticking over into my yard. So we've got this dispute, and you think the apples belong to you. I think they belong to me. And how are we going to settle this? Now, I could just shoot you, or you could shoot me, or we could take it to a court. Now, I guess if we're going to take it to court, then there's a question of, well, whose court? Who runs the court system? Do I have my own private court system? Do you have your own private court system? How does that work?
Yeah, so I mean, in that situation, we would either both have to agree on a court to go to, or we would get some type of representative from our insurance companies to decide which court that we would go to resolve the dispute.
Okay, so we have to either agree on a court to use, or our insurance companies have to agree on a court?
Yeah, either one.
Okay. Let's say it might be more complicated if we assume that insurance companies are involved. So let's start with the case where there are no insurance companies, and maybe they haven't evolved yet. Let's say it's a very primitive kind of society.
Or we decided that we didn't want to involve our insurance companies.
Okay, yeah, we decide we don't want to involve our insurance companies. And I guess our insurance companies might involve you against stolen apples and me against... I guess they could also insure me against stolen apples, but I just think they're mine apples. So you would think I'm stealing from you, and I think you're stealing from me if you deprive me of those apples. Okay, so, but let's say there aren't, we're not going to use insurance companies. We just go straight to the courts ourselves. But let's say, well, are these courts themselves private institutions? What if we don't agree on which court to use?
So in the voluntary monarchy system, that would be easy because that the owner of the city would be essentially the one to decide which court would be used, essentially. Or like they would have like a system of courts, and then like they would set up some type of system to where we have to go through a certain court for certain types of disputes. In the insurance-based system, it would fall more under like incentives. So that we would have an incentive to go to court and resolve this dispute because of the way that the society would work. So we're talking about in a society where we're trying to maximize trade, capital, and the production of wealth. So in order for that to be maximized, disputes like this would have to be resolved within a timely manner, because in that type of society, I would be running some type of company, most likely, or I'll be working for some type of company, and I would know people as well who were working for some type of company. And so like if me and you weren't able to resolve this dispute, then like we would be essentially pressured by other people in our community to get that dispute resolved.
Okay. Just want to mention for the chat, by the way, if either of our volumes is too low, let me know. I might be able to adjust it, but I don't see anyone complaining in the chat about any audio issues, so hopefully that means everything is okay. All right, so you said that one scenario is, or one way this can be dealt with, is that the owner of the city decides which court is used.
Right.
Okay, so I guess in that case, what is the well, what if I, like, who's the highest court in the land? Like, is there a Supreme Court, and there's just a bunch of subordinate courts, but ultimately there's one court that's the highest court, or can I like fight the highest court in the land, or how does that work?
So in the voluntary monarchist system, it would just depend on the owner of that private city, and it would be different for every city. So ideally, you would have um, hundreds of thousands of private cities owned by different voluntary monarchs, and you can choose the one that most falls in line with your values. And so, if you go to one city and they're not, and the the monarch there is incompetent, then you can just move to another city. Um, and so, it would kind of just depend on the way the monarch is running things in that city, and they would be incentivized to run their city in the best way in order to maximize profits, and in order to get the most amount of people to move to their city so that they can make more money.
Okay. So is one assumption of this system that people are self-interested?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Well, that is interesting because I actually don't think people are always self-interested. I think often they're not. So then
Right.
that if that's true, then it might raise some questions like what do you do when people are not acting in self-interested ways? Like being a criminal, I think would be one example of someone who is not acting in a self-interested way, although they're often called that. But I think it's actually not in their interest to be a criminal. I think that's a self-destructive way of acting. I think Iran, right, is right now is for many decades. I think they have been acting in a non-self-interested way, and maybe now they're reaping some of the cost of that. They're getting attacked in a war
Right.
and suffering lots of damage. So I think there are many people and places around the world where people are not acting in self-interested ways, and if your system is premised on the idea that people are going to be self-interested, then uh, that raises a question as to whether it would work. At least in my mind, it raises that question because I think often people don't act in self-interested ways.
Yeah. Well, this is a little tangential, but you were talking about like how there were states like Iran that weren't acting in their self-interest in certain aspects, and they're reaping the consequences of that now. I would actually argue that inherently a government doesn't act in its own self-interest, at least in the long term. It always does so in the short term because, um, especially with like uh, democracies, representative democracies, where people are voted into power and they can only stay in that power for a limited amount of time. What that incentivizes, that incentivizes lying, getting into power, and then maximizing uh, wealth for yourself through means of corruption, um, at the expense of your constituents. And so that's why I fully reject the notion of a state, is because inherently they don't have any incentive structure built in to prevent them from acting in a corrupt way. Like like in a capitalist system, companies are incentivized to act in the best way because if they don't, there are other competing companies that people can choose to buy from, and those companies will just become more profitable and grow larger than that company if that company does something that's a bad business decision. Whereas with the state, they have a monopoly on force, and so they don't have a reason to do that. So they can just kind of like act in whichever way they want to without any consequences, essentially, most of the time. And we can see this uh with like the Epstein files, with like the politicians that were involved in that, and none of them are in jail yet because there's no incentive structure to push them to act in a way, first off, for the benefit of constituents, and it's really hard to punish them whenever wrongdoing is found because they're the ones in power.
Okay. So one thought is companies. I think there are profit motives, in that serves as an incentive to act in certain ways. But I think there are sometimes companies that don't. Like, there are fly-by-night companies who might engage in fraud in order to make a quick buck and just hope that they're not caught. Now, I think over time in a free market, companies like that will be weeded out. But my point is just that it's not impossible for free market companies or actors in the free market to behave in non-self-interested ways. That is, ways that aren't good for them to behave in the long run. People can behave in ways that cause them to go out of business, get a bad reputation, and then they lose their market to better actors. So that's one point. And I guess you were contrasting that with the government, in which you said there are no incentives for them to act in, I don't know if you said self-interested ways or non-corrupt ways.
Yeah, either way.
But I think there is, at least sometimes there can be, like, if you act in a corrupt way as a government official, I mean, at least depending on the kind of government that exists, you could be put in jail or you could be assassinated, right? Saddam Hussein, he was killed in war. The Ayatollah of Iran, he was just killed in the first day of the war. So, aside from being killed, you could be jailed, you could be tortured, or you could just get a bad reputation. You could have your reputation tarnished for life if you engage in some corrupt action like bribery, or these Epstein people associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe their reputations have been damaged for life, and that could be an incentive not to engage in bad behavior. So those are a couple points I would make.
I mean, my response to that would just be, what about politicians acting in ways that are popular but aren't self-interested in the long term? Like, for example, like with Zoran Magdani, essentially advocating for socialist policies because he knows that that's what's popular in New York. However, long term, that's not going to lead to prosperity in New York.
Okay, Mamdani. So I wonder if it looks like maybe self-interest is becoming the center of this conversation, and that might be a good thing, because I do think ethics is upstream of politics, and the kind of politics you ultimately think is good is going to be dependent on the sort of ethics you think is good, like whether you think it's good to be an egoist and live for yourself, pursue your self-interest, or be an altruist and sacrifice yourself for the sake of others. So I wonder if we're on the same page about ethics, and if not, we might need to be on the same page before we can get to politics. And but I'm interested in exploring this some more. Let me just get a cough drop here. So you mentioned Mamdani, and is he doing something that's not good in the long run because he's promoting socialist policies, and I do think those are bad in, well, at least the long run, maybe also the short run, but at least the long run. And he's a politician. Now, I'm not saying all politicians are short-range people or long-range people, and I'm also not saying that about people who are not politicians, just like businessmen in the free market. I'm not saying they're all short-range or long-range. I think they're all human beings, and all human beings, regardless of the kind of career they're in, whether they're in politics or not, every human being has free will. That's another deep philosophical issue. If human beings actually have free will, can they make choices about how they live? I think they can. And I think every human being can decide whether to act in a self-interested or not self-interested kind of way. So I think the distinction between self-interest or not cuts across the distinction between politicians and businessmen. I don't think it's like all businessmen are self-interested and all politicians are not, or the reverse. I think it just depends on the individual.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So some people are self-interested and some aren't. Now, earlier you were saying that your system assumes that people are self-interested, and I objected to that. So I want to circle back to that point now.
Right. So I would say not even necessarily like assumes, but more incentivizes that you act in a self-interested way.
Okay. Let me write that somewhere. So your system assumes people are incentivized to be self-interested.
Well, I think that the system inherently incentivizes people acting in a self-interested way.
Okay, the system incentivizes people to act in a self-interested way. My computer's kind of slow here. Well, I do think capitalism does that. It incentivizes people to act in a self-interested way. But I also wouldn't say it's anarchistic, because there's a government that has a monopoly on force. That's how I understand capitalism. So you use the phrase voluntary monarchy to describe your system.
Right.
So the idea is it sounded like maybe there are lots of them, many voluntary monarchies, and you can choose which one most aligns with your values.
Right. So
Okay.
the two systems I described are what would fall under Hoppianism, and so the voluntary monarchy system would fall under monarcho-capitalism, and then the insurance system would fall under like true anarcho-capitalism.
Monarcho-capitalism. That's a new one for me. And the other one was what?
True anarcho-capitalism.
Oh, the one with insurance companies?
Yeah.
True anarcho-capitalism. Okay. See, this is why I think it might be better to use my OBS camera instead of Zoom, because I think it might slow my computer down. All right. Well, maybe we should take monarcho-capitalism first. Let me just take a quick look at the chat. Doesn't look like there's any new chats. People are just listening, which is fine. Thanks for being here. Thanks for likes, subscribes. Okay. All right. Oh, let me take a quick look at my email too, because someone told me they were going to call in maybe, and he was emailing me. Let me just see if he's sent any new emails. I think he would probably show up in the chat, but I'm going to check my email. No, I don't see any new emails. Okay. All right, so monarcho-capitalism, that's where there are multiple cities, and you can choose which one aligns with your values. So what happens if one city tries to conquer the other cities? Then I guess it would just be the strongest one survives, and then it becomes a dictatorship? Or what do you think of that?
No, not necessarily. So in that situation, um, since they're private cities, um, it would be subject to, I mean, the non-aggression principle. So I mean, someone you wanting to take over someone else's property, like they have a right to their property, and so like in that situation, that person would be aggressing on that other person, and so they would have a right to defend themselves by any means, by any reasonable means. And so with that, I mean, like, the incentive structure just incentivizes that you don't do that because, like I said earlier, it's less profitable to go to war than it is to do trade and to cooperate with others. And then in that type of society, um, uh, that threat, that threat of maybe potentially one of the other private cities conquering your city also is one of those incentive structures that work towards each city wanting to do what's best long term for prosperity so that they don't get conquered.
Okay, so let's say that I agree that it would be better to not go to war. If I'm rational, if I'm self-interested and really concerned about my long-range well-being, I'm not going to go to war with neighboring cities. I'm going to cooperate them. Maybe I'll cooperate with them. Maybe I'll trade with them. But let's say I'm not rational and I'm not really concerned about my self-interest. And so I decide, it's too much work for me to support myself. I'd rather enslave the population of the neighboring city. And so I do that. I try to conquer them.
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead.
I mean, in that situation, you would just defend your city as in like you would any of your other property. Like if someone like me in my house right now, if someone just came in and tried to like rob me, like I would have every right to fight back. Now whether I fight back and I die and they're able to take my property is a different situation. But the fact that I'm able to fight back in here necessarily proves that this system is actually a good system.
Okay. Well, I agree that you can fight back in an emergency, but I think that's if it's not an emergency, maybe this is a case where anarchism and capitalism start to become differentiated, because on my view, on Rand's view, if it's not an emergency, it's best to take your dispute to the courts and settle it peacefully. So, like, let's say you come home one day and you find your TV is gone, and you suspect that your neighbor stole it. Well, you could break into his house and look for your TV, or you could file a police report and have the police investigate. Now, I think the anarchistic way of going about it, at least one way, is to just break in, take the law into your own hands, see yourself as the final authority, and break in, be a vigilante, mete out justice on your own. Whereas the capitalist way would be, no, don't do that. It's not an emergency. You don't have to fight back in self-defense right now. Rather, call the police. They're professionals who have monopoly on the legal use of force, at least in non-emergencies. They're professionally trained to use force, and then they go knock on the person's door and maybe get a search warrant. So I think if you bring in emergency cases, I think that's not the kind of case we want to focus on, because I agree that you can use force if you're in an emergency and you don't have time to call the government to get involved. But where the difference, I think, comes in between your system and mine is when it's not an emergency. So I think we should focus on that kind of case.
Yeah, so I mean, in the scenario that you brought up, with me suspecting my neighbor having had stolen my TV, what would happen there is that so I would either hire some type of detective to investigate for me, or I or I go and contact my insurance company that's insuring my TV, and then they will hire someone to investigate. And so then it will just go through that same process as with what I described earlier, and my insurance company and his insurance company would discuss the dispute and have it settled in court.
Okay. But what if I don't want to go through that process? What if, or what if you're the one whose TV has been stolen? What if you don't want to go through that process of hiring a detective or get an insurance company who hires a detective? What if you just want to go in there yourself? And I mean, do you have a right? Do you think you have a right to do that if you don't want to bother with the detective kind of route?
No, so I mean, my response to that is that the means in which you go about protecting your property rights is pretty much just as important as your right to defend your property in the first place. And so I would say that you have to go about it in a way to where you aren't now aggressing upon someone else and starting conflict. Like, so in that situation, uh, the way that you would go about it without aggressing upon the other person would be to hire that detective, and you would be incentivized to do so and not take things into your own hands and be civil, because there's there's because the community around you would this is why freedom of association is so important, is because when when someone is a bad actor in, because that's essentially what this proposition is bringing up. What if there's a bad actor that doesn't want to fall in line with the non-aggression principle of anarcho-capitalism? So in that situation, they would be subject to physical removal and ostracization from society. So in uh, the private city portion, with the voluntary monarch, that monarch could literally just expel you from their land and you couldn't live there anymore. And then in the anarcho-capitalist system with insurance companies, what would happen there is that that person would be allowed to use whatever reasonable means to get you to not aggress on their property, and they would be justified in doing so. And you would be disincentivized to do so because the people in that community around you would ostracize you if you don't act within the non-aggression principle.
Okay. I'm just reading a chat here from Jury. He says, regarding the degeneration of rights / society, an objectivist government doesn't have any guarantees against that. Would be happy to jump in Zoom to talk about this a bit, he says. Okay, maybe later. I think I want to just stick with one-on-one for right now, but I appreciate that, Jury. Appreciate the offer. Okay, so you've said if you think you shouldn't break into someone else's house to see if they've got your TV, because then the means by which you mete out justice is important, and you should respect the non-aggression principle in pursuing justice. And So I think that's I agree with that principle, but I'm wondering about rights for one thing. Like, do you have a I wonder if it would help to go to a desert island case, because that's a super simple kind of case. I'm not sure,
Are you
but
wanting us to define what rights are?
well, I was wondering like what you have a right to. Like maybe you think it's there's I don't know if I should say pragmatic or practical reasons, maybe even moral reasons not to break in, but you still have. I wonder if you still would say you have a right to do that or no.
No, you don't have a right to aggress on someone.
Okay.
You don't have a right to initiate conflict. Even if someone initiated conflict with you first, initiating conflict with them in some separate issue that them doing that to you in a separate issue doesn't justify you initiating conflict in another issue.
Okay. I'm wondering who is the what if I am the how many monarchs are there? Like, could it be that everyone wants to be a monarch? So I'm a monarch, you're a monarch, and maybe there's uh, let's say like in the world today, there's I don't know how many billion people, 8 billion, let's say.
Right.
Could there be 8 billion monarchs? Is that possible? Like if everyone wants to just be his own, a city of one,
Yeah.
and could there be 8 billion monarchs?
I mean, yeah, if you want to define you being a king of your property and you're the only one on that property and you want to crown yourself king of that property, I mean, like, if that's the definition of monarch you want to give, then yes, there theoretically could be 8 billion monarchs.
All right, hold on. Let me just switch out my AirPods because one is about to die.
All right. Oh, I can't hear you. Are you muted? I can't hear you.
Okay, I just plugged in my AirPods. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, but it's not the right mic, so let me just see if I can change the mic and you still hear me.
Okay.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just make sure it's coming through on my phone. Simon says that works. Yes, okay. All right, back in business. I think whenever I have to do something with my AirPods, like if I have to swap one out because it's low on batteries, then that screws up my mic settings. So I'll get better in the future at fixing that quickly. Okay, thanks for the feedback in the chat. So I guess what I was saying that you might have missed. Oh yeah, I was saying, let's say there's 8 billion monarchs, and I'm living right next to you. My monarchy is next to your monarchy. It might be a little weird to call it a monarchy if like no
Yeah.
one is ruling anybody else, because the idea of a monarch is like someone who rules over other people. But if we're all monarchs, then we're monarchs with no subjects.
Yeah. So
But I
that's
guess we
why
can go with that.
I mean that's why monarcho-capitalism and anarcho-capitalism are so like closely linked is because um
Can you turn
if you
your audio up? Your sound is really low for me, at
oh
least.
how do I do that?
I don't know if there's a setting on your ends. See, right on my ends, it looks like I don't even see where your volume shows. Oh, I think okay, let me go into, no, that's, I don't know I can turn yours up anymore. I wonder if if you called in on the Google Voice number, if that would sound louder. Uh, would you be open to calling in on the Google Voice number that I have on my background?
Um sure. So I would have to do that on my phone then, right?
Okay, if you're okay with doing that, I'd appreciate it, because I can barely hear you now. It's really soft. I don't know why. Well, actually, hold on. Let me try one other thing
All right.
and see if that makes a difference. Output. Oh, maybe this will here. Okay, say something now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. I guess that's about like it was before. Okay, let's try that.
So I mean, like I was saying, that's why like monarcho-capitalism and anarcho-capitalism are so intrinsically linked. Is because all anarcho-capitalism is monarcho-capitalism, but with everyone being their own monarch essentially. And then all monarcho-capitalism would be is anarcho-capitalism, but with people volunteering to have a monarch essentially.
Okay. Um, I'm just looking at Simon says the volume has been pretty low the whole time. Even though I just yeah, it still sounds a little low. I mean, it's better than it was a minute ago, but it's still kind of low. So let's try if you're open to it. Let's try the Google Voice number
Right?
and see if that's better.
I'll try that.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Oh, hold on. I just heard you calling in on Google Voice. Let me remove you from. Hello? I think it is. Hold on. Now I'm getting an echo. Let me remove you from the Zoom call. Maybe that's what I need to do because I'm hearing an echo. No. Did you change something? Oh, okay. All right. Well, this sounds better to me. It sounds a little louder. Chat, how does it sound? Florida Nick says, how close is he to the mic? Were you were calling in on your computer before or your phone or on the Zoom? Okay, well maybe your phone it sounds louder on your phone. So I think this is gonna work better. I guess I could leave you in the Zoom in case we have to go back to it, but yeah, I guess I'll do that. And I just hope it doesn't slow down my computer too much. Let me make sure. Hold on a second. Let me make sure you're coming through on my phone. So I think this is gonna work better. I guess I could leave you in the Zoom in case we have to go back to it, but yeah, I guess I'll do that. And I just hope it doesn't slow down my computer too much. I'm waiting to hear your voice. Hold on a second. Let me make sure you're coming through on my phone. So I think this is gonna work better. I guess I could leave you in the. I haven't heard you. It sounds louder on your phone. So I think this is gonna work better. I guess I could leave you in the Zoom in case. Were you calling in on your computer before or your phone or on the Zoom? Okay. Well, why? No, I'm not hearing you. Audience, you're not hearing him. It might. I don't know if it's going to be any better than what you've got right now. I just don't know why. Oh, actually, hold on. I think I know why the audience isn't hearing you. Yeah, I got to go into OBS and change a setting. Oh, yeah, that's... then it's going to be... Yeah, then my video is going to be kind of fragmenty. Yeah, I guess let's try that where you call in to Zoom but from your phone.
All right.
And I don't know if you can either click on a link on your phone, or there's actually a phone number you can dial. Either way is fine, but it's in the description if you need to see the well, I guess you knew that already, the Zoom info.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he just hung up on Google Voice, and he's going to call back into Zoom from his phone, though. I guess I'll remove his non-phone. Yeah. I just removed his computer call-in profile. In any second he should be calling back in to Zoom from his phone, and then hopefully the audio will be better. He has to enter a meeting ID, so it takes a little longer to call in on Zoom than it does on the Google Voice number. Good to see everyone here. We got 10 people watching right now, 11 likes. So let me do something. Okay, it looks like he just called in. And you can hear me but not see me. Oh, I don't think he called in by phone. Maybe he wasn't able to call in by phone. Hello.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You didn't call in by phone, right? You called in by your computer again? Or you did call in by your phone?
No, I'm on my phone now.
Oh, I see. That's right. I was confused. Like, just because you call in by phone doesn't mean you have to dial a phone number. You can click the link. I got it. Okay, well, your voice sounds louder now, so that's good.
All right, sounds good.
Then let me just make sure you're coming through again. Hold on a second. Actually, hold on. Oh, I guess I'll second. He should be calling back in.
All right, sounds good.
Oh yeah, you're coming through. Okay. Sorry for all these interruptions due to technical difficulties. You were explaining the voluntary monarchism in its relation to something else, anarcho something.
Yeah, so monarcho-capitalism and anarcho-capitalism are just they're essentially two sides of the same coin.
Monarcho-capitalism and anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, they're just two sides of the same coin, essentially.
Okay, let me write that down, or at least this new term, because I don't think I had written monarcho-capitalism before. I did write it up here. That's okay. That in anarcho. So the difference is that, could you say again how they're related?
So they're related in the fact that realistically, the only difference between them is that monarcho-capitalism is anarcho-capitalism, but with a voluntary monarch, and people would just choose to live under that voluntary monarch. And then anarcho-capitalism would be monarcho-capitalism if everyone was their own monarch, essentially.
Okay. And I'll abbreviate this. AC is EC. Sorry, AC is MC if everyone chooses to be their own monarch. All right. Oh, Simon says that's a lot better. Good. Good. Thanks for the feedback. All right, so where do we go from here? I was saying, what if everyone is like we've got 8 billion monarchs. I'm kind of tempted to go to a very simple case, like an island case. Let's try this. Let's try an island case. Let's say we're on an island. Maybe we're both castaways. We wash up on this island, and we could either survive separately. We could, like, you could take one half of the island. I could go to the other half, or we could try to work together. Maybe we think we'll be better off. Like if we have a division of labor, I'll work on catching fish, you can work on building a shelter. Instead of each of us having to do everything on our own, maybe we could be more productive if we combine, work together and trade. And I guess you could think of us each as monarchs of our own lives. There's two of us. And we... Now, I guess depending on the nature of each of us, we might or might not see it as in our self-interest to work together. Like if I think you're an evil person who's going to try to enslave me or conquer me, then I might try to kill you or something, so you don't do that. But if I think you're a good person, you're probably not going to do that, then I would rather work together with you. So how I'm going to act is going to depend on the nature of who else is there. Does that all sound reasonable so far?
Yes, but I would say you wouldn't really be able to act on aggression that you perceive that person to do in the future. That, like, you can't act on aggression that you think someone will commit. They have to actually commit that aggression.
Well, what about threats? Like if someone threatens to commit aggression, like let's say you're holding up a stick and you're threatening to like bash me over the head. Is it do I have the right to preemptively attack you to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yes, but it depends. With stuff like that, there's a lot of nuance. So at the end of the day, like, the private court will decide if you were acting in a reasonable manner or not. But I mean, as long as you're acting in a reasonable manner and like the threat you perceived was a reasonable threat that could reasonably be acted out, then yeah, you have the right to defend yourself. So like if someone pulled out a gun and said, "Bro, I'm going to shoot you right now," you don't need to wait for them to shoot you in order to shoot them to defend yourself. However, if someone said, "I'm going to shoot you right now," and this is a paraplegic who couldn't even raise a gun to shoot at you, you shooting them in that situation would be an act of aggression because they couldn't reasonably act out what their threat was.
Okay. So preemptive force is okay if it's reasonable. All right. So now we can't appeal to a court here because there is no court yet. There's just two of us on an island. So I guess it's up to us to decide what's reasonable and what's not reasonable.
Right. And so are we assuming that one of us is a bad actor, or are we assuming that both of us are adhering to the non-aggression principle?
I think we should assume we're both adhering to the non-aggression or principle. We both think that's good. Like, I think we would agree. It's pretty clear. Like that's if you want to enslave me or I want to enslave you, we would each agree that we should be able to use force against the other person to stop them from enslaving us. So let's take the case where we agree on the non-aggression principle, and let's just say we have a dispute, like I don't know if we should use that apple tree one from earlier. It's pretty clear. Maybe let's try that, and if that doesn't work out well, we can go to a different case. But let's take the apple tree case. So let's say we divide the islands in, well, I don't know if we want to do halves, but anyway, let's say you've got a segment of the island that you call your property, and I've got a section that I call mine, and there's a tree on your property, but one of its branches hangs into mine, and it's got some apples, and I grab the apple, and you say, no, you can't do that. That's my apple coming from my tree. But I say, all right, it's my apple because it's hanging into my space. So we've got this dispute. We both agree that we shouldn't initiate force against each other. How do we resolve this dispute?
So the way this dispute would be resolved is that we have to define what ownership is, and so we have to, and in doing so, we have to make a distinction between ownership and possession. So being the owner of something means that you have the final say-so on how that thing is used. And possessing something just means that you have that thing at that moment. And so in terms of that situation right there, since I own that land, meaning that I transformed it by planting that tree onto that land, I own that land and that tree. And so the fruit that bears from that tree is mine, even if it were to spill over into your property. All that would mean is that my property is now on your property. And so now either you have to return that to me or you're stealing in that situation. That's what I would say.
Okay. Now,
Look,
I don't grant that you own the apple that's hanging in my airspace. Now, maybe you planted the tree. I don't know if you planted it, but I guess we can assume for the sake of the example that you planted it. So you did the work of bringing this tree into existence. And maybe initially when it was small, it was entirely on your side of the fence. I guess we can imagine there's a fence. We built a fence. And once it grows up, it gets big, and its branches start to hang into my airspace on my side of the fence. And I think those apples, because they're in my airspace, I think I have a right to that apple, even though you planted the tree. You didn't get my consent to use my airspace. So I think we still have a dispute here. I don't see why I should accept that you have a right to the apple.
so the reason why in that situation you should accept that I have a right to the apple is because I'm the one who put in the labor to bring forth that apple. And so you saying that you have the right to that apple in terms of ownership when I'm the one who put in the labor to bring that apple forth would be essentially you saying that I'm your slave. And slavery is incoherent, and it's not possible to own a person because you don't, no matter no matter what it is, you can't have the final say so on what someone else does. At the end of the day, they are the ones that make that final decision. Even if you're threatening me to do something, you're not making me do that thing. I still have to decide whether I want to do that or not. And so slavery is an impossibility in terms of ownership. You can't own someone. And so in that case, you would essentially be claiming that I'm your slave by saying that the thing I put in labor to create is yours.
And so that's why inherently it would be mine, and you wouldn't have any right to claim it as your own. Now, you would have the right to say that my property has been trespassed onto yours, as in my property is on your property and you didn't consent to that. So like there's probably an argument there for some form of trespass, but not you owning the apple.
Okay. So, maybe we should go into the trespass case. Let's say I think you're guilty of trespassing because your tree is growing into my side of the fence, and I don't know. I guess, well, what we could have, I guess we need some kind of dispute here where we just see things differently. So we could work it out peacefully. Like I could say, hey, would it be okay with you if I take these apples from your tree that are hanging on my side of the fence? And I could just ask that. And let's say, in order to generate some dispute, let's say that you say, no, you can't have those apples. I put in the labor of planting this tree, so you don't get those apples. And I say, all right, well, if you're going to be like that, then you got to move your tree or cut down these branches because they're trespassing into my side. And I guess at that point, you could say, okay, I agree to do that, and then break off those branches, and there's no more trespassing. Or maybe you say, no, that ruins the beauty of my tree. I like seeing it in its fullness. I don't want to see like half a tree. That looks weird. So no, I don't agree to cut off those branches. And so then I say, all right, well, if you're not going to cut them off, I'm going to cut them off. And then I start breaking the branches, and then what? We get into a fight, or I guess maybe let's say that's how the situation evolves. I don't know if that's too quick, but we come to some irresolvable dispute. And then we resort to force, or what?
No, so I mean, in that situation, all that would have happened there is, since we're in dispute about like what is to be done with that tree. So in terms of like my principle, I would say that right there, I should cut that part of my tree so that I'm no longer trespassing onto your property. And so I think that that's the most just resolution in that situation. But me saying that, no, I'm not going to do that, that is then me in that case initiating conflict. And so in that situation, you would have the right to essentially warn me that if I don't deal with this, that you will deal with it, essentially. So you're basically gonna give me like a time frame to where, a reasonable time frame to where I can decide whether I'm going to cut that part of the tree so that I'm no longer trespassing. And then once that reasonable time frame has passed, then I can cut that part of that tree so that it's no longer trespassing onto me. Because I've given you that reasonable time frame to do so. It would basically fall like any other type of trespass. Like if in the situation where I am the one physically trespassing onto your property, and you tell me to leave, and I say no, then what you would say is that you either get off my property or I shoot you, and you give me a reasonable amount of time to get off your property. And if I don't get off your property within that reasonable amount of time, then the most civil thing to do in that situation would be to shoot you in that situation, because you are violating my property rights.
Okay. So let's say you agree. I say you need to cut these branches off. I'm just looking at the chat here for a second. Ghosty is back. Oh, look, it looks like you did some chats. You're officialClearDice, right?
Yes, I am. I was the one chatting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just saw there's some from you there in the chat that I hadn't seen before. Okay. Yeah, it's usually for me, I can only do one thing at a time. I can't like chat, but yeah. Okay. So I say you need to cut these branches off that are hanging in my yard, or else I'm going to cut them off. And you say I need to give you a reasonable time. Well, let's say we disagree about that. Let's say I think you got to cut these things off like today. And you say no, I'm so busy. I've been busy with my work or whatever. I need like a couple weeks. And I say, screw that. I'm sick of these branches. I'm cutting them off. If you don't get rid of them today, I'm going to cut them off first thing tomorrow morning. So let's say that's the dispute. We don't agree on what's a reasonable time frame to cut them off.
Right.
Then what happens?
So if we don't agree on a reasonable time frame to cut them off, then we would have to essentially discuss what is a reasonable time frame. So I would have to lay out to you the reasons why I couldn't get the reasons why I can't get this done in the timely manner that you want me to get it done, and then show you, give you those reasons, and then tell you how long it will take for me to get through all those reasons, and then finally be able to cut down that tree. Because, like, for example, if you wanted me to cut down that tree in a day, but it would take me 2 days to drive to the nearest like chainsaw store to buy a chainsaw to cut that tree off, it would be unreasonable for you to say do that in a day. So
wait, there's a chainsaw store? That sounds like a more advanced society.
I'm just saying, like, for example, like I'm just giving an example of something that would hinder me being able to do that within like a day.
Okay. Well, however we set this up, there's got to be some way we can just come to some point where we just can't agree. Like if we say, and there's also a point like beyond which we, like if you say we need to have a 3-hour discussion to work this out, and I'm like, no, I'm not spending 3 hours over this. Just cut them down right now. I don't have 3 hours to waste discussing this with you. Do it today, or I'm cutting them down first thing tomorrow. And you say, no, come on, hear me out. No, and I say, no, I'm busy with like a million other things. I got to go catch some fish. I got to get some berries. I don't have time to discuss this for 3 hours with you. This is my deadline tomorrow morning, or that's it. I'm not compromising on that. So then what happens?
I mean, in this situation, you'd have to assume that the two parties are both civil and both trying to reach a reasonable decision on how to resolve this conflict. And if both are trying to reach a resolution, a mutually beneficial resolution, then I believe that can be reached, no matter how long that litigation takes in order to do that. Now, if someone is being unreasonable and saying, oh, I don't want to do this within this type of time frame, it's like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? Like, someone is being unreasonable.
Well, what if we had different views of what's reasonable? Like, what if you say, well, I need to be able to make my case over the course of like 3 weeks. And I'm like, hell no, that's not reasonable. I'll give you maybe a couple days, but I'm not waiting 3 weeks.
Yeah. So
then what?
I would say that if I give you a time frame that I'm able to do it in, and then I give you the reasons why that is a reasonable time frame for me to do it in, and the time frame that I'm saying and my reasons make sense, and I present that to you, and you still say no, then I would say that you're the one aggressing in that situation, and so you would be in the wrong.
Okay, and I think you're the one aggressing because I think I'm being reasonable and you're the one who's being unreasonable.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I've laid out the reason why I can't do it within the time frame that you're doing it. And so
And
if
I've
I
laid
lay
out the
out
reasons why you can.
well, how can you tell me what reasonable of a time frame I can do it in?
How can you tell me what's a reasonable time frame for you to do it in?
I mean, like it would just depend on like
Who made you the authority over me? I'm the monarch here.
Well, it's not necessarily saying that someone has an authority over the other. It's we're trying to come to a mutually beneficial resolution.
Yeah, and sometimes
And
that's
so
just not possible.
if we're trying to do that and someone is being unreasonable, then they're pointlessly creating conflict, and so they would be in the wrong in that situation. And so you don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, but who's to decide in this case who is being the unreasonable one? People can just have disagreements, and you might think you're being reasonable. I might think I'm being reasonable.
So in situations like that, where both are being reasonable, that's why like an outside private court, for example, is very important, because in a situation like that, if some situation were to happen and it were to escalate into where I end up shooting you because I reasonably believe that you violated my property rights, and I give you a reasonable amount of time to stop doing so, then and let's say like that went to a private court and they ruled that I didn't. And so in that situation, I would be ostracized from society, because nobody would want to do business with someone who violates other people's rights.
Okay, well, there's no private court yet. It's just two of us, right? There's no court to appeal to. So
in that situation, I mean, if neither party is being reasonable, then that's not really a fault of anarcho-capitalism as a system. That's just a fault of those two men. Like, that's not really a fault of the system I'm proposing. That's what I would say.
Okay, so it's not a fault of anarcho-capitalism. I'm not even sure how this exactly relates to anarcho-capitalism. I'm sort of trying to build in that direction, but I'm not saying this is evidence of some problem, but I'm just wondering how things work out in a very simple case, which I take to be your model, like where you talked about monarchs, voluntary monarchs. If we're both monarchs with no subjects, because there's just the two of us, we're just each sovereign, independent beings, and we have some kind of disputes, and we both think that we're being reasonable, and the other one is the one being unreasonable. It seems like if there's no way to resolve that, then it just has to be resolved by force, I guess. There's no one else to appeal to, right? There's no court to appeal to.
Yeah, so I would say that yes, it would have to be resolved by force, but I would say that if both are reasonable, then if both are acting in a way that's being reasonable, then the force there would be justified for at least one of them.
Okay. All right, I think I can go along with that. Now, I guess the point that, or one point Rand makes, is that we have a government to appeal to in cases like this. Well, I don't know if is it premature to try to make a comparison here to government. I'm trying to inductively build up from scratch what gives rise to the need for a government with a monopoly on the use of force, which I guess you think we would never get there, because if you're an anarcho-capitalist, even though I don't like that term, but if you're an anarchist and you think there can be private governments, I wonder if that's a contradiction in terms, but setting that aside, if you think there shouldn't be one government with a monopoly on the use of force, then you'll never build up to that. Whereas I think maybe that will naturally evolve, or we can. Let me maybe take this a step further. So let's say, I guess we need to have more people involved. It's premature for there to be a government if there are only two people. Like, the idea of a government is that it places the use of force under objective control. I think that's how Rand characterizes it in one place, or something close to that at least. It places the use of force under objective control, as opposed to it just being left to the whims of individuals. So I guess in the case we're talking about on the island, it's just, well, we could say it's left up to the whims of us, or of each of us as individuals, or it's left up to our reason. Maybe we're trying to be rational and not just go by whim, but we can't see eye to eye on what is the rational thing to do. Both of us think that we're each being reasonable. But since there is no one else on the island, we can't appeal to a third party, like a neutral third party, to act as an impersonal robot. That's a phrase Rand uses. I think it's in her essay, The Nature of Government, to describe what happens when the government is properly functioning in a system of objective law. It functions as an impersonal robot. But we don't have anyone like that to appeal to, some neutral third party who can settle our dispute. But that's, I guess, we would want something like that if it were possible. Like, what if there were a third party on the islands, and we said, we agreed that if we get into some irresolvable dispute, we'll take it to this third party and ask it its opinion, and then we'll agree to go with whatever that court decides. I guess we can call it a court, so that we don't have to resort to force. Would that be an improvement over the prior situation, where it's just the two of us, and the only way for us to resolve our differences by force? Would it be better if we had a third party to appeal to, and took our irresolvable dispute to that third party and let it decide? I've been talking for a while. I want to give you a chance. I don't know can you still hear me? Oh, is there? Oh, I guess he muted himself, because it says I need to ask him to unmute again. Sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, he says he muted himself by accident.
Yeah, so I would. Yeah, so I would agree that that would be a better proposition. But what I'm saying is that in a situation like that, the reason why I inherently reject like the state in this situation is because, like I pointed out earlier, the state is incentivized to be corrupt, and so dealing with the state, I could buy out the state and have them do and have them have like a ruling in favor of me through like me buying them out. Whereas in the system that I'm talking about, we would both have to mutually agree on that third party court, essentially, that would give that ruling. And so I'm obviously, if I'm acting rationally, I'm not going to agree to a court that has been bribed by you and will give a ruling in favor of you. So that's why.
You're saying the state is incentivized to be corrupt,
right?
And it could be bribed and bought out, but in your system, that wouldn't happen.
It's not that it couldn't theoretically happen. It's that there are safeguards in place to not only disincentivize it from happening, but safeguards in place to where I don't have to deal with it if it does happen. I could just decide not to mutually agree with you to go with that court that has been bought out. I would say let's go to a different court.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're only going to agree. I guess we would. So if we're going to agree to not resort to force to settle our dispute and take it to a third party, we're going to have to agree on that third party, and
Right.
I guess we're both going to have to decide that we're both going to only agree to it if we think it's not corrupt.
Right.
Like if we think it's likely to favor the other person, we're not going to accept it. I guess we could think like, okay, I don't think it's going to favor you, but I do think it's going to favor me. But we're both going to have to think that it neither favors, at least doesn't favor the other person.
Right.
And so we're going to agree to go with that court's, with that person's, with that third party's judgments. So let's say we do that. We bring a third person on the islands to act as a judge between us when there's disputes. We both agree this is a judge that's not going to be bribed. He's not going to screw us over. And okay, so now we've done that, and so now that I guess that judge has a monopoly. We've agreed in advance that he's going to have a monopoly on, and maybe he has an enforcement arm as well, an enforcement agency to enforce his rulings. Now we've got a fourth person. We've got the judge, and then we've got the enforcer of the judge's rulings, and he's got a monopoly on the use of force.
Right.
Now, have we just created a government of the sort that I support?
I mean, sure, but I would say that the hypothetical you're bringing up is simply impractical, because how there, like in the system that I'm talking about, like there simply would not just be one court. Like there will be people competing. There will be competing courts because you're taking advantage of people's want to make money, and so people will fill gaps in the market to make money. And so like there's just not a system where there would be one court unless it was backed by a government.
But it seems like there's ultimately got to be one Supreme Court, right?
Not necessarily.
But you can't have two ultimate courts, or else it's just like back to the way we were originally, when there's just the two of us and we have these irreconcilable views on what should happen, and we just have to resort to force. That's how we settle it.
But I mean, I would say that as long as we're both in agreement that we want to use that court, then I don't think that that's coercive. And so because it's not coercive, inherently would not be a state.
Why wouldn't it be a state? You're defining a state as something that initiates force or aggresses?
No, I'm defining state as an institution that has a monopoly on force through the threat of force if you don't comply.
Okay. But is this a justified kind of force? Like, are they using force in a...
If you agree to be under that, then it's justified. But if I don't agree to be under that, then no, it's not justified.
Okay. But we both we both, well, at least in one scenario, the idea was we both agreed to have this third party settle our disputes. So, and have an enforcement arm to enforce its judgments. So we've set this thing up that has a monopoly on the use of force. We've agreed to this system. Isn't that just a little state?
No, because we both voluntarily agreed to it, so it's not coercive.
I don't see why that makes it not a state. I think a state is something you could voluntarily form and agree to be a part of.
Sure. But I'm saying that, like in the situation you're talking about, like, I mean, it's just different from the real world, because in the real world, there wouldn't just be one court that you could appeal to. That's why competition is important. It's central to the whole thing working. So, I mean, and I don't agree. I don't think that a monopoly that is voluntary, if people voluntarily choose to like only associate with a certain court, I don't think that that's inherently a bad thing. I just think that voluntary aspect is crucial.
Okay. Well, it seems like there is voluntariness here.
Right.
And you said, like, in the real world, there's not just one court to appeal to, but
right,
there is, isn't there? Like, that's the kind of the system we have now. Like, ultimately, there is one court, the Supreme Court.
Well, yes and no, because there are courts under them.
Yeah,
and
but
also,
ultimately,
I would inherently. Oh, sorry. But also, I would reject the current system that we're in.
Okay, but I'm just saying, the idea that this is not a real world thing seems to be inconsistent with the fact that we do have a system which seems like there is one court to appeal to. You might not like that and think it's a bad system, but it's not that it's not a real world system.
Right, but I'm saying that it's not voluntary.
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be voluntary. It seems like people could consent to such a system.
Sure, but the fact is, I wouldn't really have a choice if I didn't. Like, if we went to like a state court right now and there was some ruling there, sure, I could appeal, but at the end of the day, that ruling is final in terms of like in that centralized system. So the fact that I would have to go through the state's court, and I don't really have the option of any other types of courts, means that's coercive, because I don't really have a choice there.
But you agreed to this whole system.
No.
Well, then it sounds like we're not talking about the same example. I thought that was the example. People voluntarily agree to this system where they set up some ultimate arbiter of their disputes.
Yeah. If it's voluntary, then that's fine.
Okay. Well, I think it is voluntary, or at least could be.
Yeah, then that's
but then
fine.
you said like it's not realistic. But to me, it seems like it is realistic, and it's actually how things are in the U.S.
No, I wouldn't say that system is how it is in the U.S., because in the U.S. there's not just a population of 3 people.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an essential point. That's just the number of people. I don't think affects the essence of the system. The nature of the system is that there's one ultimate authority with monopoly on force.
We
could add people to the island. We could say, what if there's 10 people and they all agree to submit their disputes to this third party that has final say and has an enforcement arm, and we just, okay, let's say there's 300 million people. Now we've got the U.S. basically.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if they're voluntarily agreeing to use that as their court, essentially, as their private court, essentially, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't know why you say private courts. What is the significance of saying private court as opposed to just court?
It's because whenever we're talking about private courts, that implies that I could choose a different court to be that final say so. So that final arbiter, and so I can withdraw my consent to at any point in time.
Well, then I guess it's not a private court. If you think you could, if there's some other court, you said as long as there's some other court, then it's a private court?
No, I'm saying that, like, if we're talking about private courts, there's going to be more than one private court, and so in disputes, me and the person disputing would have to agree on one private court to appeal to.
Okay. Well, I guess this is not a private court then, the U.S. system, because there's ultimately not more than one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not.
Okay, but it is realistic because it does exist.
Yeah. I might have misspoke.
So you just think it's a bad system, but then I guess the replacement system is just going to be equivalent to the case where we settle our disputes by force on the island, where it's just the two of us.
No.
But I thought the idea was that it would be a step forward, an improvement, if we had a third party to settle our disputes. But now it sounds like, oh, maybe you think it's not a step forward because you want to go back to the system where ultimately...
No, it is a step forward as long as I can choose whether I want that to be the final arbiter or not. As long as I can choose whether I want it to be the final arbiter or not, then it's a step forward. Like, that voluntary aspect is necessary for it to be a step forward.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge Holden is here in the chat. I see Holden. He says hello. Holden has called in many times before, and I don't know if he's going to call in today, but I'll let you know, Holden. If you do want to call in now, you're welcome to call in. I've been on this call for a while, and I'm been happy to do this call, but I want to let you know that you can call in anytime if you want. Let me just, I don't see, he hasn't called in so far. Okay, well, I feel like we made some progress, or at least I feel like I've gotten more clear on the issue and exactly where our difference is. So, I don't know where you want to go from here. I mean, we could...
Yeah, no. I mean, we could talk about theism at this point.
Oh, okay. That would be quite a change in topic. Well, let's see. Is there anything else? I guess if we can reach like a satisfactory result with this topic on anarchism, I wonder if there's anything else I should do to make it like a good, tie a bow on it, so to, and maybe summarize at least. So let me just try to summarize my understanding how the conversation has gone. Starting with the island case. So when there's just two people on an island, they might end up in some kind of irreconcilable disputes. And I propose that it might be an improvement for there to be some neutral third party that we both agree on, who we could take our dispute to and agree to abide by their rulings. And then it sounded like we had agreement on that would be better. so long
Yeah.
as we voluntarily agree to that, which I'm assuming we do.
Yeah.
But then I said, it seems that's essentially like what we've got today in the U.S., but you're opposed to that because because you would like there to be. Hold on, I'll come back to you in a minute. But you're opposed to that because in the U.S. there's some one final court of appeal, and you think you would rather have there be private courts where there's multiple final courts of appeal. But then that seems different than going back to the islands where you only have one final court of appeal, which is the third person we brought in. It sounds like maybe what you would rather have is like two judges you could choose between. So there's not just one final court of appeal. You have a choice between this judge or this other judge. But then it seems like we've just added an extra layer to the original situation where we have just the two of us as individuals, and we haven't really made any improvements. We're just back in a case where we have to resolve our irreconcilable differences by force rather than appealing to some singular third party with a monopoly over the use of force. So I guess it seems like your view is inconsistent to me between what you would have in the island versus what you say about a complex society like the U.S. So that's kind of my summary view of the conversation, but go ahead and give me your thoughts.
No, so I would say that there is no inconsistency because in the 3-person island system, we both agreed to that court, and I'm fine with there being a court where I'm saying that like the main deciding factor is whether we both agree on that court. So essentially like a private contract between the two of us saying that we're going to use this court. And so in our current U.S. system, we don't have that. Like we have a court system that has a monopoly on it. And so because of that, there really isn't any way for me to say, no, I don't want to go through this court system because it's the only one that's available. And so I'm saying that like that voluntary choice is not there.
Okay. I think maybe we should leave it there for now, and because it looks like Holden's going to call in soon. He says he can call in about 5 to 10 minutes if that works. Yeah, that's fine. So maybe I'll listen to this your closing statement, I guess we could call that, what you just said, and then maybe if you want to call back in sometime, we could pick up from there if you want, or we could talk about theism. I guess if we had more time and we didn't have another caller in the queue, we could do that today. But or you could, I don't know how long you want to stick around. I probably will stream for at least another hour or two. Sometimes I go to like, what's now 6 p.m. my time. I often go to around 9 p.m. So, but anyways, let's pick up later and we can talk more about this or about theism. But thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I had a great time conversating with you.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, same. All right. Catch you later.
See ya.
Okay, and I'm glad we got that audio fixed. Thank you for the super chat. Stephen Harper, $10, says, "Hi Dan, are you following events tonight between Iran and the USA? It looks good, but I may be reading it wrong." Let me give that a heart and a like. Thank you. I haven't checked the news today on, well, anything really, including Iran and the U.S. But maybe you can let me know if something happens, or I can Google it. But no, I haven't. I've been streaming for the last 4 hours almost, and before that I was doing some other stuff. But thanks for the super chat. That reminds me, I should set up a super chat goal. I usually do that near the beginning, but I forgot to do that. I'm trying to make this a financially profitable venture and a self-sustaining venture. But to do that, I need to get some money, and sometimes it helps to have a super chat goal to get some super chats coming in, or super stickers. You can also do those. So let me set that up in the chat. Thanks also for the likes. Thanks for new subscribers. Oh, I need to turn this box back on. I know there was a ceasefire a few days ago, and I didn't like that. But I don't, is this, and I saw some of ARI's commentary on that and Yaron Brook's commentary. All right, so if you appreciate my show, I appreciate your support, including financial support. So I'm making this goal here. 5 super chats in all the colors of any amounts. I'll put it for the next 3 hours. You're coming through again. So you can do 99 cents all the way up to $500. But anything is appreciated. Okay. And if you want to see this number go up, it's got to be a super chat. I'm going to count Steven's, or sorry, not Steven's. Yeah, Stephen Harper. So we're actually at 1 out of 5, not 0 out of 5, because I'm counting Steven's. And I'll count any stickers as well as super chats. The stickers will not make the number go up. If you want to see this number go up to 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, etc., it's got to be a super chat. But I'll count it regardless. You all can remind me if I forget to start my super chat goal. I mean, you can do super chats at any time, whether I've set up a goal or not. But I think it's helpful to have a goal there as a reminder. Yeah, if you want to help me promote Ayn Rand's ideas, if you get value out of my show and what I do, the discussions like the one I just had, where we really get into depth, exploring some topic, or the debates I do, then you can consider doing a financial contribution. And I'll give you priority. I will prioritize your chats in terms of when I read them and how much time and attention I give to them. Let me quickly Google Iran news. See if I find anything I can comment on. U.S. military says Strait of Hormuz blockade to start Monday. That was from 31 minutes ago from the Wall Street Journal. So that's tomorrow. The U.S. military is going to blockade the Hormuz Straits. Is that it? Is that what that means? Here's something from NBC. Trump says U.S. will blockade Strait of Hormuz after peace talks fail. Iranian state media said excessive demands, in quotes, sank the possibility of an agreement, while Vice President J.D. Vance said he made a final and best offer. So there was some attempt at negotiating. I don't think there should be. I don't think you should negotiate with the Iranian government, a murderous theocracy. I think they should just be overthrown, destroyed, gotten rid of, replaced by a better, more rights-respecting regime. And there should have been a plan for the Straits of Hormuz long ago. Yaron Brook has talked about this, another objectivist podcaster. And maybe some defense agencies had plans, but at least it wasn't clear that the leaders of the administration were clear about what was going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump says U.S. will blockade the strait after peace talks fail. So is that the news you're talking about, Stephen? Is that what you think is good? You say it looks good, but I may be reading it wrong. President Trump said that effective immediately, the U.S. Navy will prevent ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, accusing Iran of extorting them. They were going to put a toll on them, right? I heard the number $2 million at some time recently. I don't know exactly what that number applies to, though. Trump had previously criticized Iran for blocking the critical oil shipping choke point. Talks in Islamabad, in Pakistan, where a U.S. delegation was meeting for face-to-face negotiations with Iran, has ended without agreement. Vance and Iranian officials both said that significant differences remain. Oh, that could also be the news you're talking about? Regarding the Pakistan meeting. And then there's another info box here about the Iranian nuclear program. I guess I can share this. Oh, that's the wrong window. There we go. So I was just reading this summary of this article from about 20 minutes ago on NBC. Summary of some of the recent events. The Iran nuclear program. Vance said after the talks that the U.S. needs a commitment that Iran would not seek to develop a nuclear weapon. Of what value is the commitment of a murderer? Is a murderer a trustworthy person? If someone is willing to kill innocent people, thousands of their own people, does these sound like trustworthy people who we can make some agreement with and expect them to hold to it? That's crazy. You can't make agreements with murderous regimes. There's no point getting their agreement on something. These are not the type of people who honor their agreements. You just have to fight them. Vance said the U.S. needs commitment that Iran would not seek to develop a nuclear weapon. We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Don't hold your breath. Strikes continue in Lebanon. Steven says, yes, right. I didn't look at information about peace talks tonight. Okay. So I guess he meant you mean the Strait of Hormuz, that news? I'm trying to give Steven some priority here because he did a super chat. That's why I'm focused on this. See, I want to incentivize other people to do super chats. When you put some money on your chats, then I'll spend more time on it. Thanks again, Steven, for that. Let me just look at these other bullet points. I guess there's a whole article, but the main points are just summarized in these bullets. Continued Israeli strikes in the southern Lebanese town of Nabatea last week killed several people. As Netanyahu has said, he wants a real peace agreement that will last for generations with Lebanon. How many bullets are here? Oh, there's only one more. Iranian officials have not released a recent death toll. U.S.-based rights group put the total at almost 3,400, including more than 1,600 civilians. More than 2,000 killed in Lebanon. And 23 people have died in Israel. 13 U.S. service members have been killed. And 2 more died of non-combat causes. Okay. I heard the number 13 a week or 2 ago, so I guess there haven't been new deaths in a while. Okay. Got a lot of likes on Steven's chat there. His super chat. My debate with Kyla is still going strong in terms of views. It's over 900 views now. $909 views, and it's only been up for about 26 hours, 25 hours. That's great. Most of my videos don't get that many. Like, I don't know that have I ever published a debate that's got more than 1,000 views? I mean, aside from the ones with Sam Cedar, in those, see if I sort by most popular, I've got a bunch of Sam Cedar videos from the Majority Report, which have a few thousand views. But aside from those, I guess this guy is also from the Majority Report, Matt Bender. He's one of the co-hosts who fills in for Sam on Thursdays. That one has 1.5k views. So I guess that's my most viewed non-Sam debate. This one up here wasn't really a debate. It was just a conversation I had with somebody. And I think it's largely the thumbnail that got that one a lot of views. And that's under 4 minutes. And let's see, this is another Sam Cedar. Yeah, so it looks like this latest debate with Kyla is likely going to set a record for the most views on a debate, other than Sam Cedar or Majority Report related people debates. This is the first video I ever published, Introduction to the Selfishness Project. I used to have my channel used to just be focused on selfishness. But then eventually, about a year later, I broadened it to cover not just selfishness, but any topic within philosophy. All right. And you can see today's show is got close to 200 views now. Okay. I haven't seen a call from Holden yet. That's okay. I'm not in a rush. He can take his time. I'll just look at the chat right now. Fergus McMurray. There's a new person. His channel was created a couple months ago, or a month and a half ago. I wonder if that's an alt. officialClearDice. He's the one who called in. But he said he went by Chi, C-H-I. That's the name he used on the call. Oh, you're looking for the Zoom link? I put it in the description today. I used to pin it in the chat, but since I started using the Google number, which is on my backgrounds, I didn't put it in the chat anymore. But since I thought you might call in, I did include the Zoom info in the description. Sorry, I didn't mention that before. Maybe I don't know if I should do that in the future. Maybe I'll do that in the future. I'll just put the Zoom link in the description and leave and not in the chat, so it's not confusing to people. Because if they see two different methods of calling in, like the Zoom method and the Google Voice, they might get confused. So, although when Chi first called in, he did use the Zoom, not the number on my backgrounds. Well, I'll have to think about what's the best way to do it. I want to take a look at Cheese channel. I didn't do that before, I don't think. Oh, Holden called in. Okay. All right, I'll admit you in a minute. Let me just take a quick look at the chat. Oh, Steven just came in with another super chat. Thank you, Steven. He says, Yaron Brook said he might do a show tonight if there is big news about the war, but he hasn't done so yet. Okay, I'm going to see if I can reply fast enough to get a colored tag next to my reply. Yes. There it is. See, if you reply within a couple minutes, you can get this tag show up, the same color as their super chat. Okay, yeah, I know Yaron Brook, he goes live sometimes when there's breaking news. But he hasn't done so yet, he says. All right. All right, let me just scroll up. Thanks again, Steven. Steven has done 2 super chats, and now you can see the number went up to 1 in the goals, the super chat goal, but we're actually at 2. Oh, we got 13 people watching. Great. That might be the highest it's been today. Bunch of chats from Simon earlier. Jason Adams. Okay, that's as far as I can scroll back. All right, let me try to get Holden on here. And I have to change his settings so he can turn on video. All right, I think you can do video and audio now.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Holden. Let me see if let me make sure my OBS has got the right scene on. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Now it is. Okay, you can turn. You should be able to turn on your video also if you want.
Okay.
There we go.
This look good, my camera?
Yeah, it's fine. I just had a menu open on the side there for a second, but yeah, it's good now. Welcome back.
Great. Thank you for letting me on, Dan.
Yeah,
As
you're
always,
welcome.
it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, let me just make sure your audio is coming through okay. I just had a menu open on the side there for a second, but yeah, it's good now. Welcome back.
Great. Thank you for letting me on, Dan.
Okay, it's working. Very good. So, Holden, for anyone who doesn't know, he's called in many times. He's an economics major, and we've talked about economics some. He's also read Ayn Rand's fiction. He's read some of her nonfiction, The Virtue of Selfishness, and Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, For the New Intellectual. Most recently, you've read For the New Intellectual, right?
It was I read For the New Intellectual, I believe, first, actually, of all the nonfiction. And if my memory is correct. And then it was the virtue of selfishness, and then capitalism, the unknown ideal.
Okay, and he's also called in before once or twice to talk about capitalism, the unknown ideal. That's the one I thought might be most interesting to him of the nonfiction, since it's, I think, closest to economics, and he's an economics student. And we talked about some of the essays. Mellow Mao is here in the chat. Hello. Yeah, I talked to Mellow Mao last stream, and he's called in a couple times. He says, your last video interviewing Holden was cool. Nice to see Objectivism explains to you, a novice. Okay. So we've talked about some of the essays in Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. And we could talk about that more tonight, or anything else Holden would like to bring up. So the floor is yours.
Sure. All right. Well, yeah, thank you for that introduction. It was very kind of you to provide that information. And all right, let's see what we have here. And so I'm not really, I think the last time, now thinking about it, I think the last time we were speaking, we were talking about, it was extremism, I believe. And so it was something about smearing extremism that wrote an essay about. And anyway, so yeah, I guess my recollection is that we both agree that in the culture today, she was talking about how it used to be cool I guess perhaps it was, I mean, I guess there's a difference. There's a slight difference, but fundamentally, extremism kind of, for the sake of being extremist, is smeared for being, in many instances, like this extremist streamer, this extremist whatever, and so there seems to be a sort of stigma or negative connotation, or perhaps it's like a pejorative term now. But anyway, I guess that's where we left off. And anything else before you think we move on from that particular essay?
Let me just make sure it's sharing. I tried a couple different methods of sharing that essay on the screen, and one of them worked, the other did not, and that's good to know, because I remember last time the method I tried did not work, but I figured out if I use, let's see. Oh, okay, this is the one I want to use. Okay, now it's showing up. If you're looking on YouTube, I think you'll see it. I'm not sharing it in Zoom like I've done previously, but I am sharing it through my OBS software, which if you have YouTube open, you can see it there.
All right. All right. Yes, I see it on YouTube.
Okay. So I don't know that. Let's see. Do I have anything else I want to add about that essay? No, I don't think so. But yeah, so we can just go to whatever you want to go to next.
Okay, sure. All right. Let's see. Is there anything in here? So yeah, I mean, all right. So. All right, I'm not sure how great my memory is of this essay, but we have the wreckage of consensus. Or is that the one I want to go to now? Hold on, I skipped a few actually last time, because I was going to talk to you about. It was, I think, the insult on integrity that we left off of that first stream. We were kind of going through each of them pretty thoroughly, or at least spending a lot of time on each of them. So, but I think that's where we left off. I'm not 100% sure. So let's see. But anyway, yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Well, I was able to catch some of the debate that you recently did, with that, what's her name? whatever
Kyla?
her name is. Yeah, Kyla. She had like an emergency red shirt on.
Lifeguard
Yeah,
shirt.
yeah, it looked like a crop top or something.
Yeah.
And I think, one of the things that you guys discussed, if my memory is serving me well, is she was talking about how, I don't know if it was like putting something wrong in the meat, or it's like not taking care of, like sanitary issues and things of that nature, and how we need regulation for this common good. And I really, from what I could tell, the fundamentally one of the best drivers of excess returns for extended periods of time for businessmen is developing a reputation for integrity, like in a true market system where you rely on voluntary exchanges in order to sell your products. Just the economic advantage that you have if you do have integrity and you do those sorts of things right, it's just something that is almost priceless over time. And like I guess like in accounting, you call it kind of like the goodwill of the intangible assets, or part of the intangible assets. So anyway, at any rate, capitalism provides an incentive for you to take care of those things. If you don't take care of those things, I think it's less of an issue of capitalism and more of an issue of the person, when it comes to those sorts of issues. So anyway, I guess that's something that Alan Greenspan was discussing in the Assault on Integrity, and I guess perhaps I could relate it to your debate, which I saw parts of, and anyway, but you were obviously, you were more coming from the perspective of, I think, coercion, and like whether or not it's coercive to come and say to a business, but which is a perfectly valid argument, and so on. But whenever she brought that up, that's what I kind of thought of immediately. But anyway, I'll just pause there so I don't ramble for too long.
Yeah, I think this is a very common thing for people in the general public to worry about. Like, if you don't have regulations of food, for instance, then the businessmen the restaurants, they're gonna cut corners and not wash their hands, and when they prepare the foods, and so we've got to have these regulations. And I wonder if it's just right now, we didn't really get into this in the debate much, but maybe at the root of that worry is a suspicion of self-interest. Like, if you think someone is trying to pursue a profit, then you automatically, which is self-interested, right? You automatically think that there's some kind of evil person who's going to screw over others. Whereas I guess if they were an altruist, like if everyone were altruistic and concerned with others, assuming that's what it means to be an altruist, then we wouldn't need the regulations then, because people would just by their nature be concerned with doing what's best for others. So people have this idea that if you're self-interested, then that automatically implies that you're going to screw over other people. And so we need some way to counteract that and to have regulations. So I think maybe the left's desire, and not just people on the left, but at least their desire for regulation may at bottom be due to their hostility to self-interest and what they think that means. But we didn't really get into that ethical level much in the debate. But I guess you are bringing that in when you talk about integrity and how it is in your interest to not cut corners like that and serve up cheap, dirty, unsanitary products. You can tank your reputation. Your business can So it actually is in your self-interest to be concerned about those things, even if there aren't regulations. And yeah, okay. So I'll just say that much for now.
Yes, I think you bring up the fundamental, a really fundamental issue whenever we get to the morality of capitalism, and that's skepticism of self-interest, and that's what made objectivism to me very attractive. And one of the things, I suppose, was this idea. I was listening to Yaron Brook's lectures on capitalism, and he was unapologetic about the self-interested nature of a capitalist system. And really, I think what that is, perhaps, that's truly one of the ways that perhaps, I think it's really hard to prove like how much of it has to do with it, but I think it's a potent motivator in this, when it comes to these things, when it comes to the attitude towards capitalism, is our attitude towards self-interest. And like, why is it that, why I think you could evidence that also with like the debates that, say, like a Bernie Sanders uses, or let's say, like, I don't know, some individual like that who holds anti-capitalist beliefs, I guess. They, a lot of times their argument is like, oh, this person has $800 billion or whatever it is. And then they're like, how many homeless people you could feed with that? No person needs all that wealth. Who needs $800 billion or whatever it is? And that is fundamentally an appeal to altruism. So, anyway, and yeah, I guess if people saw that it's okay to pursue their own interests, like you were talking about in the example of the restaurant, that it is beneficial for you to run your restaurant sensibly, then I think there would be a lot more acceptance toward laissez-faire. And I'll just pause there for a moment.
I also think it's interesting to ask people, and I did this in maybe the stream before last stream, I'm not sure, but in one of the recent streams, I asked the person who was arguing, I don't know if it was, I forget what our main topic was, but at a certain point I asked him, like, is it in your self-interest to be a murderer or a liar or whatever, like the common stereotype they have. And I think I want to do that more when I have these discussions, because I think it's maybe a confession is the word. Like when you get in these discussions with people and they say, well, we've got to have regulation, because when people act in their self-interest, they might poison the food. But then what does that say about them? Does that mean they think it's in their self-interest to act in this kind of way? Mm-hmm. And when they argue against egoism, because I wish I had more ready at the tip of my tongue, or tip of my mind. I'm mixing my metaphors. How some of these conversations go, but I guess the basic point is I want to kind of turn it on the people, the anti-egoists, to show that they're implying by their anti-egoism that they think these murderous kinds of actions or behaviors, lying, cheating, stealing, raping, pillaging, murdering, that these are actually self-interested. But when you make it personal, I think they might feel a little embarrassed and say, oh, well, I wouldn't do that personally. But then what are they? Are they like some kind of special elite human being if they wouldn't do it personally? Why should they think other people who are being self-interested would act like that? My thoughts are a little inchoate right now, but I'm gesturing at some recent ideas I've been having about strategies I might want to try in debates to make a stronger case than I have done previously. But lest I ramble, I will come back to you now.
Well, if those are inchoate, then I need to take some lessons from you because it's much more refined than what I perhaps have to say. Because I will actually probably steal that one from you. It's if you really think about it, it just puts it really in perspective. Ayn Rand's philosophy is like for you to live on Earth, like it's would you do something like that? Is it really in your interest to do something like that? You know, one of the other things was education, right? It was something about sending your kids to school. Is it in your interest to send kids to school? You're worried about that. You think, and you don't think other people would be worried about that? And you know, and then they just love to go to the exceptions. Um, and you know, in those cases, obviously it's tragic, but it's just I think um, missing the point of the issue often, even though that I'm not minimizing that or you know or whatnot. But yes, I think that is a I think that's a very effective way to put it in perspective um, for them. So thank you for that. And if I don't give credit to Dan, that's where I got it from.
Yeah, I don't know if I originated that or maybe I came up with it. Other people might have done this same sort of thing, but I guess different people can independently have that idea. As for exceptions, I think that is often something that happens. Like, what about the people who can't take care of themselves? What's going to happen to them? They made such a huge deal out of this, but I think in an actual laissez-faire capitalist society, there's just going to be so much opportunity and wealth that, and it's going to be people are going to be becoming wealthier and wealthier over time, that the number of people who actually need someone else to take care of them is just going to be super small, like 0.001% or something, like quadriplegics, and there's nothing they can do to support themselves and they need somebody else. But they make such a big deal out of these kinds of issues. What about the poor? But I think the vast majority, like of people on welfare, don't need to be on welfare. They could do something to support themselves. And if we didn't have things like minimum wage laws, which price a lot of low-skilled people out of the labor market, then it would be easy for people to support themselves. Maybe not live a very lavish lifestyle, but they could at least do something to support themselves. But they often do make a huge deal out of the exceptions. And I think for the tiny, tiny percentage of people who actually do need others to help them, I think there would be abundant private charity. And people would be much more willing to exercise charity if they don't have a gun pointed at their head that says you have to, you know, under threat of being jailed or killed, we're going to force you to help this other person. I'm certainly going to, I mean, I might rebel just because I'm being threatened. I would be much more likely to help someone out through charity if I'm left free to decide that. I'll stop there.
Well, it's hard for me to argue against that. It would obviously take time for us to get wealthier, but we would be. I mean, there would just be there's so much inefficiency and misallocation that's going on right now that just would not be happening if we had free prices to kind of move resources to where they're most valuable to consumers. So. And yeah, I think that we would become much, much wealthier in the counterfactual. And that's something that's not really considered because you know, if you say, oh, the policies you're advocating are actually creating more of these people that are going to be that are maybe at greater risk of getting an insufficient education or you know, whatever meets the criterion or criteria for an inadequate or insufficient education. I don't know. I don't know where you draw that line, but whatever it is, they're because of their lack of you know their lack of financial resources. In their world, they're going to have more of those people, even with their public schooling. Maybe the education they do get is actually worse than they would have otherwise gotten in a capitalist system, even for the poor people that they care so much about. So But whenever you start talking about that, they'll ask you, oh, to prove that. It's like I can't really just like it's like an abstract concept of what a world would look like in the alternative. But that's what matters is the alternative. What would it be had we not done this? And that's what we're comparing it. That's what we're comparing it to. And so that's where I guess that's where those debates kind of would get tough for me at least.
Well, there are some real world cases that you can point to, like pockets of freedom in education, like the Van Dam Academy is one example. I think Marva Collins also, I don't know as much about her, but she had a school or maybe multiple schools where she produced phenomenal results. And I know at least Lisa Van Dam's school is a private school. There have been some others run by people who were influenced by Ayn Rand. And I think those provide good examples where you don't have to just purely point at counterfactual, hypothetical cases. These are real world private education systems that have produced excellent results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's actually a good point. And for whatever reason, I wasn't thinking of that. I've actually seen, so I know that they're like heavily regulated, the private schools. So it's kind of like, or a lot of the time, at least, I don't know like the minutia of it, but that's what I've been told by experts. So at any rate, even then, it's probably better. It would be even better if it would, and they're taxed. They have to pay taxes. You think of all of the production of those products that didn't happen because we have taxes. But anyway, so all right. Anyway, when it comes to, we were talking about the assault on integrity. Let's see if there's anything else in this essay of that. Okay, so one of the points that Alan Greenspan brought up was that a bureaucrat has, so one of the things he was talking about was the incentives that a bureaucrat has when it comes to how do we say this is a successful bureaucrat or regulator, I guess. And one of the things he was talking about is a bureaucrat does not receive much praise. He doesn't get a lot of praise or pay increase for approving a life-saving drug, really. Like, he doesn't get the profit from, I approve, I'm the FDA bureaucrat, I approve some drug, and this drug goes on to save a bunch of lives, but I could have stopped this process. Maybe it was a bit risky, but I decided to approve it anyway, and it turned out to be relatively safe and do a lot of good for helping people overcome some disease or whatever. He's like, in that instance, the bureaucrat there's not really a huge reward for doing that, at least like in pecuniary terms, I guess. But for stopping a drug, let's say if that drug would have been dangerous, there's a huge incentive to, I guess, to be overly cautious when it comes to those sorts of things. And it makes you think, like, what are all the drugs that could have saved all these people's lives that never got onto the market because they were never approved by the FDA, or because the FDA made the process for producing said drug, or maybe the research and development for said drug, much more expensive than it would be in a free market, and thus we never got these drugs. Maybe we would have cancer vaccines by now. I guess those aren't, whatever. Maybe we've had drugs that done all sorts of different things, or medical products that would have done all sorts of amazing things if they weren't subject to this onerous process of regulation. And anyway, so I'll just pause there and see if you have anything to say on that issue.
I just thought of a conversation I had with Megan Ribbons, who works, or at least used to work, in the biotechnology space, and I think she interfaced with the FDA as part of her job. And anyone interested in this topic about FDA regulations and what effect they have on slowing down the production of drugs, you might be interested in checking out that video, or I think we actually talked a couple times. Maybe there are 2 videos, but if you search for Megan, spelled Meghann, Ribbons, Ribbens, you can hear a conversation. And she talked about how the FDA has this requirement. You not only have to show that drugs are safe, but you also have to show that they're effective. They have to be both safe and effective. And that might be one way in which they slow down the production of drugs by having this extra requirement. Now, I do think there could be, you could have a free market version of something like the FDA. The fact that you don't have regulatory agencies doesn't mean there's not going to be any rating agencies in a free market. There could very well be. And I think there likely would be a market demand for something like rating agencies. Like we have Yelp, Google reviews. I mean, all kinds of free market rating agencies. So you're not like at the mercy of, you have to decide everything yourself, and you can't get any kind of reputable, peer-reviewed or customer-reviewed. Amazon, that's another thing that you can look at. Amazon reviews. There are free market mechanisms that achieve the same function, maybe even better, that's are now done by government regulatory agencies. So that's one thing to bear in mind when considering these sorts of cases.
And for Amazon, you're probably not buying products that are as essential as, say, drugs that you may need to take in most cases, or broadly speaking. But that creates even more of an incentive for the division of labor, so an expert to come in and give an opinion on said drug, or based on the evidence of its efficacy for whatever, and the risks associated. You get actual experts who have studied this drug, and they're able to tell you based on the information and data they have what you could reasonably expect, or the risks that you reasonably could expect to have. So yeah, I mean, anyway, yeah, I think this is just another way. It's a completely different world, I guess, that whenever we're talking about a free market, and all of these mechanisms are just not seen to the public. So I feel like, every time we get in these discussions, that's just what comes to my mind quite a bit. But
and you can
anyway.
see like little pockets of things working as they would in a free market. Like I gave the example of these schools, Lisa Van Dam's school and Marva Collins in the education realm. And then when it comes to rating agencies, I mentioned Yelp and Google and Amazon. But what about this other little thing? What about medicine, where we don't have this yet? So I think if you think in principle, you can see, well, it's the same issue would apply here. But so maybe part of the problem is people, they don't think in principle. And what that is, maybe it sounds a little vague, and we could explore that some if you want. But also, I think maybe there might be, again, coming back to the issue of self-interest. If you're of the view that selfishness is evil, pursuing your own interests is evil, then it kind of it causes you to have blinders to this alternative way of things working out. And no matter how many examples you're given of how this could work out in practice, you still know these people are pursuing a profit, so it can't be good. So unless you dislodge that fundamental ethical premise of selfishness is evil, or and altruism is good, then I don't think it really matters ultimately how many facts you throw at someone as how this would work out in a free market, because what a free market does is it enables self-interest, right? And it enables people to live the best lives for themselves. And if that's an evil goal, then pointing out how it would operate is just like exploring the machinery of evil.
Right. So
I think you really need to persuade someone on an ethical level. If you're going to change their minds about what political system is best to have.
Indeed, not much dispute there, unfortunately. But also maybe it is fortunate if we live in that world. It's like, all right, everybody. Anyway, let's see. All right, is there anything? Yeah, I mean, I guess there are even more examples of what we could give. Maybe it's superfluous for me to continue, but even like think of like credit card rating agencies. I see that the FICO and things like that, and they're really good agencies out there that make huge profits. Like FICO has like huge profits. They rate like your credit score and so on, and that's how banks make it helps them make decisions about the loans that they make with their own money, and that's a pretty big deal, I guess, in a lot of circumstances. So just another mechanism this happens, or like bonds I see on Schwab. I go to Schwab and I see bonds that are rated by expert investors. Anyway.
And so sometimes people mention like the 2008 financial crisis as a counterexample, and they say, well, we had these private rating agencies there, and they all rated these banks for, I don't know what it was exactly. They gave them like AAA ratings or something, yet they...
the mortgage-backed securities, yeah.
They needed to be bailed out, but they actually weren't... This wasn't a private rating agency system. Yaron Brook has a video about this, and apparently there's like three main rating agencies. I forget the names of them, but he described it as some kind of cartel, and not a free market sort of rating agency system. So for anyone who's listening, maybe this comes to mind as a sort of counterexample, but maybe I should drop a link to this video in the chat if anyone wants to look into this more. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that particular example.
Yeah, that is a one that you see quite often, actually. And I actually saw Tom Woods. Maybe you are aware of him. He has a book that's called Meltdown. And in there, he draws from, I forgot who he quoted, but he quoted someone and he made the argument, basically. He quoted it approvingly. Basically the argument was that the SEC, the Moody's and Fetch and S&P and the SEC were all basically like a cartel. Moody's and S&P, they're like these rating agencies that they were rating mortgage-backed securities that were dubious, I guess. They were about the prospects for repayment, but they rated them very highly as if they were safe assets. And apparently, and I guess I'm not an expert when it comes to like the minutia of like what was going on there. It's not like a point in history that I've studied to a great extent, but Tom Woods also made this argument that, and others have made this argument that these rating agencies and the SEC were essentially functioning as a cartel. And there was a huge push or there was a huge pressure on banks to lend this money and rating agencies to rate these bonds, these toxic bonds, highly, or so that the SEC had a favorable view, so everybody could buy houses and it's all good, that they couldn't afford. And obviously it ended in a disaster. But obviously in a free market, there's an incentive, there's a massive incentive to not do that. Simple deduction. My goal is to give the most accurate advice possible. That's how I develop a reputation, and that's how I earn the big profits, like FICO does. They give accurate information. Other things being equal, in the future, they're probably going to go to the source that's the most accurate. And anyway, but so I guess that's just another example of it's a self-interest. There's a huge self-interested reason, but self-interest is bad according to the predominant view in the culture.
Yeah, I put a link to that Yaron Brook video in the chat if anyone wants to check that out.
Yeah, I might check that out because, or I may check that out because that is something that I should know more about. Anyway, let's see. Okay. Is there anything else in Capitalism the Ideal I think we should go over here? Okay, so one of the essays was one of the essays. Let's see. Okay, well, before I get to that one, one of them was the new fascism ruled by consensus. I guess if I remember correctly, one of the things in this essay was Rand also explaining the idea that one of the dominant ideologies today is basically no ideology. And I actually see that quite a bit today in young people, I guess. They're quite cynical, and I guess like to stand for something is kind of looked at as there's a sort of you're taking things too seriously, like nobody's good or whatever. Nobody's a hero. Everybody's bad or whatever. Let's see. So like one of the things I saw, there was a video of this guy named Piers Morgan. Maybe you've heard of him. And one of the things that he said, he was responding to Ben Shapiro. So apparently they got into a dispute about, maybe it was interviewing people who were anti-Semitic and platforming those people. And I think Ben Shapiro was taking a stand against it. And Piers, and I think quite rightly, he was taking a stand against it because I've seen some of the people that Piers Morgan have interviewed, and it's in my opinion, it's I don't see the justification. I don't see why. It's not clear to me why these people deserve to be platformed, or at least why you should platform. Obviously, I think if a private company wants to have them on, then fine. But in my opinion, there are some of the people that he's had on should not be platformed, I guess. So he was talking about. So one of the things he was saying is he argued that a journalist should be taking criticisms from both sides on a given issue. He kind of said that I believe he said that like in terms of he just said it flatly. So it's an absolute statement, assertion, I guess. A journalist should be taking criticism on both sides of the issue. I guess it's like this. There's both sides have a point all the time, kind of thing that he's perhaps what he's trying to get at here. And I think this is just another example of perhaps the corruption in the culture. Maybe I don't know what's the word for it, but it's just I don't know. It's the inability to stand up and say, you know what, this is just horrific. That's it. It's just there's nothing good to this. There's nothing good to anti-Semitism. There's nothing good to Nick Fuentes. There's nothing, or whatever it may be. So anyway, I guess maybe it didn't come out so coherent of what I was thinking whenever I was reading that essay, but I remembered that particular speech. It was only like 10 minutes or something he gave. It was responding to Ben Shapiro, and that's something that I thought about after reading the essay. Was that essay after he said that? Anyway, I'll just pause there.
Okay. So that's something in this essay triggered you to think about that Piers Morgan and Ben Shapiro case. I'm just trying. I'm looking through the essay a little bit right now and seeing if I can see what might have triggered it, or if you know specifically.
Let me see if I can do that here. Page 2, 6. Okay.
She discusses socialism and fascism, which she thinks are ultimately similar ideologies. There's not a fundamental difference between them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, here's something about anti-ideology.
Yeah.
On page 228.
Me, it's 235, I think. Maybe it's a different one, but it says, but it becomes clear and consistent in the context of a mixed economy's anti-ideology. Maybe that's what you see.
This says, well, there's one paragraph that says, this anti-ideology has a new and very ugly name. It is called government by consensus. That's on 228.
Okay. Let's see if that's on mine. 228.
But were you thinking that Piers Morgan also has a anti-ideological approach to who he platforms, and maybe that's why you thought of him when you read this essay, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I thought of the what Ayn was talking about when it comes to, I guess, like radical centrism. I guess she talking about how it's cool to be in the center, and I thought of, and maybe like take a middle of the road approach when it comes to these sort of things. And I think, and I guess that's whenever Piers Morgan said, "Oh, I want both sides to criticize me, I guess, on any given issue," or that's what a good journalist does, or something. Said something along those lines. Is a good journalist is criticized by both sides on the issue, and I thought of Ayn Rand's critique of the middle of the road position. Because I think in this is, I mean, in this instance, this is a scenario where I think taking a middle of the road position is probably not desirable yet. I think Piers Morgan views that, or he made it clear that he views that as desirable. But anyway, I'll just pause there.
And this also connects to the extremism article. Like, just being in the middle isn't necessarily a good thing. If you're extremely good, then that's a good thing, right? It's not good to have a mixture of honesty and dishonesty, right? or food and poison. It's not to be good to be in the middle of a food poison spectrum. It's good to be all the way on one end. So, yeah, and actually Aristotle, I think this is one of the flaws in his ethical theory. He has a theory about the golden mean. Oh, I don't know if he calls it golden, but the doctrine of the mean. And he sees, I think the various virtues, like courage, is a mean between cowardice on the one hand and foolhardiness or recklessness on the other hand, and those would be the extremes. cowardice and foolhardiness. And then in the middle is have the right amount of caution. You're not overly cautious, but you have some caution is good. And that's the mean for Aristotle. But this has been critiqued. I might have first heard this critiqued by Leonard Peikoff in his History of Philosophy course when he's discussing Aristotle. And this is certainly not something you get from Rand, this kind of middle-of-the-road doctrine of the mean approach. But it has a long history. And I guess if you can trace it back to Aristotle, you might think it has a very illustrious pedigree. But now I don't know that Aristotle used it or that he would use it in the kind of way that Piers Morgan does. Maybe not. But I think it is flawed, and maybe at least by implication, even if you didn't realize it, maybe his approach does imply that the Piers Morgan approach is a good one. So maybe this is some evidence that there was at least some flaw in Aristotle's theory. If it does imply someone like Piers Morgan's approach is a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it seems like a full. I don't know. I think it seems like the spectrum. Yeah, and it seems like you were, or by the way you framed it, it was indicating that you disagree with Aristotle on that. I guess courage is a virtue, I guess, in objectivism.
Well, it's not one of the major virtues. It's not one that Ayn Rand identifies. I think she might mention it briefly as an aspect of another virtue, maybe the virtue of integrity. I'm not sure. But the most fundamental virtue in Rand's system is rationality. And then that has aspects, and she identifies 6 aspects, which are, I guess you could call them subsidiary virtues. I'm going to get another cough drop here. So the 6 other virtues, besides rationality, are independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. And those, maybe you could break down even further and identify something like courage as an aspect of integrity.
Can you repeat the 6 again, if you don't mind?
Oh, yeah, sure. I wonder if I could even put it on my screen, because they used to all be in my old background. Let me see if I can bring that up. At least. I might have deleted that. Let me try one other thing. Image 4, 5. Oh, no, I guess I deleted that. But yeah, I'll repeat them. So the 6 besides rationality are independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride.
Got it. Independence, integrity, justice, rationality, honesty, productiveness, and pride.
Yeah, and I think she might say in some passage that she does mention courage. It's not one of those 6, but I think she might describe it as part of 6. I think it might have been the virtue of integrity. Like to have integrity is to be integrated between your ideas and your actions. I think that's why it's called integrity. You don't just preach one thing and then you practice what you preach. That's a kind of colloquial way of putting it. You're not a hypocrite, to put it negatively. You're integrated. Your thoughts, your actions your thoughts are integrated into one consistent whole. And maybe courage is part of that. Like you might have some fear trepidation to, say, stand up against the crowd or your family or some people in your social circles. And part of having integrity is being able to maybe speak up if someone attacks your values, even though it might rock the boat. And it might take some courage. You could also think of it as taking integrity. So I do think courage and integrity are closely related concepts, maybe not identical, but just talking about it now makes me think, yeah, it probably was in the context of a discussion of integrity that she mentioned courage. Now, Aristotle, he doesn't have the same system of virtues. There are 4 classical virtues that the ancient Greeks talked about. And let's see if I can remember. Wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. So, I mean, it might be translated differently, like moderation might be another translation for temperance. But I think those are the 4 virtues which the Greeks often cited. Like if you read Plato or Aristotle, courage, justice, wisdom, and temperance.
Moderation.
And I guess I can at least remember Aristotle describing courage as a mean between foolhardiness on the one hand, or recklessness, and then cowardice on the other. And he might give a similar kind of tripartite analysis of the other 3. Like justice is a mean between X and Y, but I don't remember what the X and the Y are.
Okay.
Or if he only does this on courage. But anyways, I'm actually curious to do a search in the my Kindle now to see where Ayn Rand mentions courage. But you can go ahead if you have something else while I look for that.
Okay. Sure. Not sure if I have anything in particular to add to that.
Courage. All right, I just looked up. Well, okay, I'm in Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. I think it might be an Atlas Shrugged, actually. Let's see, is that... Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I'm just showing... okay, that's fine. Where's Atlas Shrugged? Here it is. All right, I'm going to search for courage. 47 results. I think it's in Galt's speech, so that's going to be close to the end. Oh, but the last instance is on page 235. That's too early in the book. So maybe it's in the Objectivist Ethics, actually. Let me try that one. Might also be an OPAR. But I'm going to try. Here's 2 results, and neither of them are in the Objectivist Ethics. Okay, all right, last thing I'm going to try is OPAR. Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. 8 results. Okay. Well, I don't see a great example here. There is one passage where the word courage appears right next to the word integrity. He's talking about Chamberlain, Neville Chamberlain. Chamberlain, who was, I guess, Prime Minister of the UK during World War I, and he appeased Hitler. Chamberlain was proposing a course of action while ignoring the field that defines the principles of proper action, ethics. He did not ask whether his course comported with the virtues of honor, courage, integrity, and if not, what consequences is portended. Okay, well, I don't know. I have a memory of some other passage which I can't find. I'm going to give up on it now. But anyways, somewhere in the objectivist literature, I think courage is discussed, I think, in connection with the virtue of integrity.
All right.
Let me take a quick look at the chat. Touch base there quickly. Looks like the last chats were from Mellow Mao. And we got 8 people watching now. Nice to see. Okay, it doesn't look like there's been a lot of recent chats. Maybe I'll engage with some of the older chats later. But for now, I'm going to continue with Holden. Okay, what you got next?
Okay, sure. So one of the things that Ayn Rand talked about in Capitalism, the Young Ideal was, I guess, voluntary armies as opposed to drafted armies, and how voluntary armies were more effective than drafted ones, other things being equal. People that know what they're going to fight for, and why they're going to fight. And I don't know, I guess I don't know if there's like a major country in the world that doesn't have conscription, but obviously there are degrees to how much they force you, I guess, to go into the army. Like, for example, in North Korea, you may, or in some countries, you have to go to the army, I guess, for a long time. So in the United States, I guess it's not as, I guess it's supposed to be in emergency cases, I guess, when the draft comes in to play. So ideally, it's people who go to the army because they would like to go to the army or whatever, or to the military and so on. But I understand what Rand is saying, but I don't know how much effect that would have in when it comes to real life armies. Anyway, so I was just thinking about how I agree with her. I don't think that we should have the draft, but there are some circumstances I could imagine where it's I don't know, it's going to be very practical, I guess, to try and do that. But anyway, so I don't know. What are your thoughts when it comes to that? Do you think that perhaps she's overestimating how much a voluntary army actually matters, or how important do you think? How much of a factor do you think that is in determining the outcome for making an army more effective in battle?
Well, making an army more effective, I don't think that's the primary. I don't think it should be the primary consideration. I mean, I think that the most important thing is respecting the rights of the individual. Now, ultimately, I don't think there's a conflict between doing that and having a strong nation, because it is in the individual's interest to have a nation that protects his rights. But it just flies in the face of that purpose to have conscription. George Washington had a volunteer army in the American Revolution versus the British. I think she might even give that example. but how practical is it? Well, I think it's very practical. And why wouldn't it be? I guess so. You think maybe it's not practical, at least in some cases, or it is practical, but you're not sure like the degree to which it's practical. Could you spell out a little
Sure.
more?
Yeah, I mean, I could think of and I could come up with thought experiments in my head where it would be very there would be a huge risk, I guess, if you didn't have it. I don't once I, my to just like make my position clear, I agree with Ayn Rand. I think that there shouldn't be a draft in any circumstance, I guess. It's just I could come up with thought experiments in my head where it could lead to destruction, I guess, of a nation state. But perhaps I guess you would just say that in that in the event of that, it I guess country doesn't have a the country just won't exist, I guess.
Maybe it's not a country worth saving or surviving. Like
Yeah.
if the country could only exist at the price of sacrificing me, am I going to go along with that?
Hmm.
Screw that. I'm an egoist. Like I
Yeah.
put myself above the country. The country exists to serve me, not the reverse. Contrary to what
John F.
JFK
Kennedy.
said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. No, he's got that backwards. The
Yeah.
state is the servant, the individual is the master. So if the individual has to be sacrificed for the state, well, that's not a state I want to be part of. That's not a state I think is worth preserving.
Hmm.
So if I'm a citizen of North Korea, and the only way for North Korea to survive
Oh yeah.
is for me to join the army and risk being killed, well, forget that. I'm trying to run away or do something to get out of my military obligations because I put my interest ahead of the state. It's a corrupt state. If it's a state whose army is worth serving in, it's a state which prioritizes the individual's life.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. And sorry.
I was trying to connect it back more tightly to what you had said. I was forgetting exactly how I feel like I went off the rails a little bit. I'm trying to get back on, but you can remind me how we got here.
We were just I was just thinking of I could come up with thought experiments in my head
Yeah.
where perhaps you're a rights respecting country and you have capitalism and there's a country perhaps like way bigger than you
Mm.
or has a much larger population and and perhaps you're more technologically advanced and your capital stock is greater per capita, but you just the sheer size of the opposing army is overwhelming. Like say for
Yeah.
Hong Kong, for instance, like Hong Kong, let's say it's laissez-faire, which is at least it's somewhat close, versus China. It would be maybe China's not a great example because I mean anyway, just some big country that doesn't respect rights very much.
Mhm.
Obviously like maybe that's too extreme because even if Hong Kong had a draft, they wouldn't beat China, obviously, just by themselves in a vacuum. But you get what I'm saying? There's like going to be some examples of where I could think that happens. Obviously, it's a tragedy if it does come to that. Um, but anyway, that's just like some of the like issues that were coming to my mind whenever I was reading Rand make the case for no draft. And once again, I completely agree with her because I guess I agree. I'm an egoist. I don't want, I don't, as much as I would love to live in you brought up North Korea, which is obviously the opposite of basically what I advocate for. But, um, at any rate, even if it's a rights respecting country, I would see it. But anyway, in that event, I guess you could easily make the argument. Now that I am thinking about it through and listen to you for a second, maybe in that event, um, where you had that particular situation, it would be in your interest to fight for that army if there was a reasonable chance of success. And if there wasn't, then I guess there's really nothing that you could really do anyway. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah. And you start to become, you say like, what if it's not like North Korea? What if it's a rights respecting country? Well, well, it's no longer a rights respecting country if you're drafting people, and that's like the ultimate, right? You're not just taking some money through taxes. You're taking people's lives. So you're becoming like North Korea if you institute a draft. I guess there are degrees of it. Like Israel, I think people have to serve for 2 years and then that's it. Mm-hmm. And maybe other countries it's longer. I don't know, but yeah, if the individual's life is the highest concern, then and you're putting that at risk, then there's really I don't see how you could justify it. I mean, all you can do, I think, is just try to persuade people it's in your interest to join this war, and like if you're in Hong Kong, to try to stop China from conquering you. What also came to mind is the island example that I was talking about with the previous caller. Like, what if there's just 2 people on an island, and then some other people learn about these 2 people and they want to conquer them and make them slaves? Like, could me and the other guy on the island like have a draft? Or like, should I draft him into fighting off the invaders? I think it'd be better to just like try to persuade him, and if he doesn't see it that it's in his interest, then I got to respect that, because his own life is the most important thing to him if he's an egoist, and likewise for me. So I don't think there can be a coherent argument to force individuals to risk their own lives, like for the sake of the collective. But who cares about the collective if I'm gone now, right? I've been killed. I'm not a part of that collective anymore.
Right. Yeah, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, like I could think of like really sad situations, but ultimately, I don't think that you should conscript somebody. So, it's just the way it is, I guess.
And it might actually be, what just occurred to me is like if I'm conscripted, what would I do? Like, would I turn my gun on my own countrymen, like my fellow soldiers, and like start shooting them and say, you put me in this situation against my will, so I'm just going to attack you now. Now you're the enemy. It's not just China or whatever the other country is. You are the enemy now.
And that's what
it's counterproductive, right? So like you're better off just going with whatever kind of voluntary army people, voluntary soldiers you can get, rather than conscripting people who don't want to be there, who might turn on you now because of what they've made you do.
Yeah, and that's what's some people in North Korea, some people who were conscripted to fight, I think in the Ukraine and Russia war from North Korea, some of them started running away, and I think a couple of them are now South Korean citizens, or at least they're facilitating the Ukrainian army in some way. If maybe it's one of those 2 things, but basically the point is that what you're saying is it very easily could happen if you go to that length or to that measure. Anyway, so yeah.
And people turn on totalitarian regime sometimes. Like Yaron has been talking on his show sometimes about how he hopes that the Iranian army there will be a rift between them and like the IRGC, the more theocratic military force.
Mm.
And he hopes like the Iranian army, the regular army will side with the populace. So yeah, that can happen if you conscript people against their will and they don't see the justice of the cause, then they can turn on you and add to the enemy's forces. And if they do see the justice of the cause, then they'll fight.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least be more likely to fight.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you brought up some good points there. And like I said, I agreed with Ayn Rand as I read it, but I just obviously a bunch of things came to my mind that I brought up to you, but I guess I feel more comfortable with that position now that we've discussed it. Okay, so let's see.
I
Anything
want to
else?
acknowledge I see another super chat came in from Mellow Mao for $4.99. He says, for Aristotle's virtues in a nutshell, Google the virtue continuum and look at the first few pictures. Okay, the virtue continuum. All right, I'll do that while you say what your next point is.
Okay, sure. Let's see. Okay, yeah, no, I think there's okay, so one of the essays, the student rebellion, like Rand wrote a massive critique of the student rebellion that occurred, and apparently she gave an interview for it and they didn't publish it. I think she wrote in the essay, and that's why she decided to go ahead and just write it herself. And but in any rate, in any event, there were one of the things that she brought up in that essay, I believe, is the is how I guess is how we debate ideas, but with we kind of debate we don't debate I guess we debate issues like, let's say, abortion, or let's say immigration, but we don't debate the more fundamental philosophy, I guess, that kind of guides us towards our politics or our political views. Uh, so I think that's an important thing, and like one of the things that you do, I see in your debates, which I think, which I take note of it, or objectivists, I guess, is that you try and get to the philosophical justification for kind of people's views on various topics. Like, well, is it okay to, I guess, I'm not saying this is something you've done, but it just basically you throw some situations out. Is it okay to take my money if you know I'm going to starve if I don't have it, or something like that? Is it just kind of gauging where they kind of gauging their ethics to see where they stand on, it could be very simple issues that tells you a lot about the ethic. It tells you a lot about how they think about politics, because it's a lot about their ethics that kind of guides their political views, in any case. So, one of the things that I think it's popular today, like one of the things that I think Charlie Kirk is a interesting phenomenon, because he would kind of just go and debate issues, right? Oh, I'm for abortion. I'm for this. And I think you
he would
seldom
be
see.
against abortion, right?
Yeah,
But
obviously.
yeah,
Basically, the point of me bringing this up is you would very rarely see like a philosophical justification, or like a philosophical argument, I guess, between. It's more of just like the issue. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, you could see some of it. I guess like for Kirk in his instance, he's coming from it. He's coming at the issues from a Christian perspective, I guess. And some students would bring up really good points, like let's say in the case of abortion, like bodily autonomy or whatever. And but I think that there is a the point of me bringing this up is I think there's perhaps an overemphasis on what's your opinion on this issue, like when all of those things could be downstream of a broader uh, theory of ethics that you have or ethical framework that you view the world. But I'll pause there before it gets, uh, yeah, and just see what you think of that.
Someone just made a comment on my first debate with David Pachman related to what you're saying. Pachman, he was sort of anti-philosophical in his approach. That might be putting it too strongly, but
Sure.
he seemed to not really want to discuss like the philosophical foundations of politics, like what is the nature of a right, or what is the. I asked him this question, like, should people have a right to live for their own sake, or should they be sacrificed for the sake of others?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, whoa, that's like this philosophical black hole. And I got this feeling that he wanted to stay more on very concrete levels, like should we vote for this guy or this guy in the next upcoming Congress race, not discuss this, these deeper issues of ethics or politics. I mean, I think it's fine to have those kind of concrete discussions if they are informed by a deeper philosophy. And I guess the way you get to deeper principles is by considering concretes. So I think there's nothing wrong with concretes per se, but if they're divorced from abstractions or principles or from any broader context, I think that's when there's a problem. So I think the nature of the human mind, the way we survive as rational beings, is by integrating the concretes that we discuss and looking for similarities and differences and trying to reach generalizations, derive fundamental principles about whatever it is we're dealing with. And I try to do that, as you were saying, in discussions I have, and whenever I can, when I see an opportunity to go a level deeper and to get highlight some fundamental principle in a discussion, I often do that. But I think it's good to have both. Like if you only have these deep principles, but you can't apply them to specific concrete cases, then what good are the principles? So I think ideally you want to have both, right? The concretes and the abstractions or principles, from which are derived from the concretes. Ultimately, if we follow an inductive method rather than just deduction. Actually, deduction presupposes induction. If you read Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, I think you'll see how all this fits together more. But the primary way of advancing our knowledge is through an inductive process. We start with observations of concretes, and then from those we derive more general principles. And to, I guess, successfully navigate the world, you need to have both of those levels operative. You can't just be on the level of concretes. That's like where a baby is when he starts. He's just confronted with, a multiplicity and infinitude of facts. But what do I do with all this? But through time, through his development, he organizes the vast array of his experience, and he condenses it into principles which he can hold in his mind, or she can hold in her mind. And then he can use, or she can use, those principles to help navigate the world. But to successfully navigate the world, you need to have those principles. And if they're not dogma, right, like with religion, if you're just handed down these rules you have to follow, but you don't see where they came from, then they're not really useful to you as a guide. But if you have inductively reached your principles through observation, and people can help you along the way, you don't have to get at everything from scratch. Like Ayn Rand, I've learned a ton from her. But if you can see how principles are derived from the concretes, that's the best. If you don't need the mediation of anybody else to see them, like, it's fine to learn from Ayn Rand, but she got it from scratch, right? She derived Objectivism herself from reality, and so she has a super strong grasp of the principles, how it applies, like, to the draft. How do we make sense of the draft? Does it ever kind of make sense, or not? And if you derive the principles in the way she did, then I think you can see how it applies much better to concretes, because you got them from concretes. But all right, I'll pause there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing up your call with David Pakman. I think that really gets to what I was trying to, or I think it's very relevant to what I am trying to, what I was trying to bring to you, which is kind of this, yeah, maybe it's this sort of kind of, this a bit of a contempt for maybe a bit of a superior feeling towards, like, oh, I'm not, those fundamental issues of philosophy, let's deal with the real world, right? But you make the point that, well, concretes and abstracts are integrated, if they're coherent, I guess, or the abstractions that we make, or the principles that we have, they are, I guess you say deduction presupposes induction, so we get these principles from observing the real world and coming up with generalizations about the real world, and I guess how to navigate it that way. So yeah, no, I think that's anyway, yeah, I think that's a very important thing for it's just something I can't unsee whenever I listen to political commentary, or perhaps read political commentary, is since I have become interested in objectivism, I'm thinking much more about the philosophical, and anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. And then in this case, whenever we're discussing the kind of fiasco that occurred at this university, that Ayn Rand was talking about, there was kind of a sanction, I guess, by default of by faculty members of this university. Not all of them. I think some of them opposed it or resigned or whatnot. She pointed out in the essay, but I guess even in this instance, I mean, it's another it's another one of those her critique is very philosophical, of so anyway, I guess she has a coherent way to oppose. Just very abstractly, I'm speaking. She has in any given situation, she kind of knows how she's going to navigate it, because she has a general framework for, I guess, morality and decision making. Anyway, perhaps that is a somewhat useful. I'll just stop there.
So you're talking about I don't know if you mentioned the name of the school yet, but it was Berkeley, or there was a student rebellion in '64, was it? or 65.
I don't remember the year, and I didn't remember the university. But
Let me just read
I
a
knew it was
little
like
of this.
some decent school, but anyway.
Yeah, the so-called I shared it on the screen on YouTube. It says, I'll just read a little of it. It says the so-called student rebellion, which was started and keynoted at the University of California at Berkeley, has profound significance, but not of the kind that most commentators have ascribed to it. And the nature of the misrepresentations is part of its significance. The events at Berkeley began in the fall of 1964, ostensibly as a student protest against the university administration's order forbidding political activity, specifically the recruiting, fundraising, and organizing of students for political action off campus. On a certain strip of ground adjoining the campus, which was owned by the university. Claiming that their rights had been violated, a small group of rebels rallied thousands of students of all political views, including many conservatives, and assumed the title of the Free Speech Movement. The movement staged sit-in protests in the administration building and committed other acts of physical force, such as assaults on the police and the seizure of a police car used as a rostrum, like a speaking platform or lectern.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to read a little of that to give the audience a flavor of what this is about. So she gives an analysis, a philosophical analysis of this event. And yeah, she's very good at that to understate it, I would say. Yeah, she's got a framework. We're dealing with so many diverse issues, like Philosophy Who Needs It. That's another collection of essays she wrote. I remember I once wrote a review of that book just as a internal class assignment for the Objectivist Academic Center, which I was a student in many years ago. And I remember a line in my review of the book said she covers articles from that treat topics as diverse as inflation and chess, like the game of chess, and then the phenomenon of economic inflation are in the same book. Like how many writers include collections of essays that deal with such a diversity of topics? But you can do that if you have a philosophical worldview, and it's all integrated, right? Leonard Peikoff has talked about how she provides a mountaintop perspective of existence. You can imagine her, or he imagined her as standing on a mountaintop, and she could look down and see all these connections that's most people they don't see them, but I guess her mind and her philosophic mind enables her to see all these different things, and she can connect a person's economic views with their sexual preference, right? I think there's a line about that in Atlas Shrugged. I think on the book jacket it says like it covers topics from sex to metaphysics to politics and all. Yeah, so that's something you can do if you have a philosophy, and one that's based on reality. I guess if you have the wrong philosophy, you wouldn't be able to apply it to all these situations, or if you did, it would be done in a kind of artificial, forced way. Leonard Peikoff, he wrote a book, The Dim Hypothesis, where dim stands for disintegration, integration, and misintegration. And I guess if you have the wrong sort of philosophy, but you still try to integrate things, then you're misintegrating them. And this is what, I guess Christianity would be one example of, anything that happens.
You said misintegration, and then what did you say after that? Immediately after.
I might have said that, if you have that approach, that's when you try to look for connections, but you do them in a distorted way. So like Christians will explain everything, or at least some Christians will explain everything by reference to God. So if 9/11 happens, right, and Islamists fly planes into our buildings, it's because God was upset with us and decided to punish us, no matter what happens, right? Any bad news. So there's some kind of connection going on, but it's kind of a pseudo bad way of connecting things. Everything is connecting to the plan of God. So, but if you have a rational philosophy, one derived from reality, then your connections actually make sense and they're not just arbitrary. Anyways, I'm trying to make some connections here, and I feel it's getting a little inchoate, to use that word again. But anyways, I just was trying to riff off of your point that Ayn Rand has this framework which allows her to discuss all kinds of events and say very insightful things about them.
Agreed. You said, I know this wasn't the main point, but I was just curious. You had misintegration, and what were the other two things that Peikoff?
So DIM is the acronym, and D stands for disintegration.
Okay. And DIM is the acronym here.
Yeah, and the I is just integration.
Okay, so misintegration, integration, and disintegration.
Yeah, and he considered reordering it. Like, he could have titled his book The Mid Hypothesis, but he thought that sounded weird, and DMI would be like an unpronounceable acronym, Demi Hypothesis. So he ended up going with putting the D first. But the point is, there's three methods of using your mind. You could have a misintegrated approach where you are trying to connect things together, but in a wrong sort of way. Or you could not make any attempt to connect things with your mind, and that's the disintegrated approach. That's maybe like the Pac-Man sort of approach, which we were talking, where he just wants to stay on the level of concretes and talk about this candidate or this race, but he doesn't want to focus on the general underlying principles which connect everything. I might be strawmanning him a bit, but and then there's the integrated approach where you are connecting things, but you're doing it in the right way. It's not just arbitrary connections, like, I don't know. Well, maybe package deals are an example of misintegration. Like selfishness, I guess, is where you've got someone like a businessman like Jeff Bezos in the same category as like Hitler or Bernie Madoff, these corrupt people. They're all called selfish. So they're all packaged together. That would be a misintegration. Whereas an integration would be putting people together, like maybe Howard Rourke and John Galt and Jeff Bezos, as being self-interested people. It's fine to integrate, but do it in the right way, right? Don't package deal together things that are essentially different. And now that's at the level of concepts, putting things under the right concepts in the right way. But you could also think about it in at the level of principles. Like, I don't know, is maybe Aristotle's doctrine of the mean is an example of a misintegration. Like, he sees this as a unifying principle of virtuous action. It's always some kind of mean, but it's not the right sort of principle to follow. It's a kind of principle, but not a good one. So maybe that would be an example of a misintegration at the level of principles rather than at the level of concepts. But anyways, yeah, that's the acronym that Leonard Peikoff uses.
Got it. And which book is that you're referring to?
It's called The Dim Hypothesis.
Okay, got you. All right, that's what the book is called? Okay, Dim Hypothesis. Okay, got it.
And the subtitle is Why the Lights of the West Are Going Out, I think.
Okay.
That was his final book. It came out in 2012, I want to say. And he discusses how three approaches to using the mind, the D, the I, and the M, how they are reflected in various areas of the culture. Like he focuses on four main areas. I think he applies his theory to physics, education, politics, and literature. Yeah, he does an in-depth analysis of those four fields and shows how his dim hypothesis applies to each of them. Like in politics, I think he sees communism as an example of the M, the misintegrated approach, and the disintegrated approach. I think he says egalitarianism might be an example of that. And then the integrated approach in politics would be like the system of the founding fathers of the United States. They were guided by principles, not communist principles, but like the principle of individual rights. But it wasn't, maybe anarchy would be another example of a D approach in politics, just disintegration. And then he also does this in the field, like in literature. I think the Romanticist school of literature would be the I approach in literature. And the naturalists maybe is the D approach, and the M approach. I think he might have given like Soviet art as an example, communist art. But anyways, that's just to give you a little taste of his book. And then based on this whole theory, he makes predictions about the future of the West.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Okay, just one second.
I don't know that I would recommend that as the first book you read by him.
Yeah.
It might be good to read those in order that he wrote them, actually. He wrote his three books are The Ominous Parallels, Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand, and then The Dim Hypothesis.
Okay, got it. Yeah, well, speaking of what that, I guess I'm ready for the next Ayn Rand book recommendation. I guess I have been for a while. I just haven't asked you. I guess I was gonna wait till the end, but I guess I'll just ask you now since the topic came up.
Okay, well, there's I think you've got some good options here. I think Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology would be a good next book. And I remember that was the very first one you bought, I think.
It is. I have it on my shelf still here. It's been sitting there and I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Romantic Manifesto is another one. And that would actually be in the order that she wrote them, because I think her next collection of essays after Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal was Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. That came out in 66 and 67 in a series of articles in the Objectivist magazine. Then it was published as its own book. And then I think the Romantic Manifesto was published in 1969. But I think either of those you could go to next. I think that those would both be good choices. So what else is left? So her posthumous anthologies, Philosophy Who Needs It, that came out the year of her death, I guess shortly after she died, 1982. And although she might have had a hand in planning that, I think Leonard Peikoff might discuss that in the introduction to that book. That was the first one I read. But you've already read a lot by her. The Voice of Reason, that's another collection that came out posthumously, 1995, I think. But I guess right now I'm thinking either ITOE or Romantic Manifesto would be... I don't know they're the best, but very good choices. I mean, any of them are great, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm thinking one of those two as the
Okay.
next.
Yeah, I actually one of the things I've been doing recently is when I'm bored, I just started writing my own fiction, little tiny stories. Um, and and I don't know, so I'm curious about the Romantic Manifesto too, but I think I'll do Objectivist epistemology next now that you bring that up. But on that, actually, let me before we get into that those, I just want to see if there's anything in Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal that perhaps we, if we have time, um, let's see.
Motivation is also important, I think. So if you find yourself really motivated to read one rather than the other,
Yeah.
then I think that's worth considering. I mean, you might enjoy it more if you have more motivation to read something, and you can also go back and forth. I mean, you could try one out and see how it goes, and if try the other one out, and just see what you're drawn to more.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whenever I start reading any of the books, I kind of just get into it and I can't really stop for a bit. So that's what's kind of happened so far.
Well, ITOE, that's very dense. It's short, but it's dense. So I think the whole book. So okay, the version you have, I'm assuming it's the second edition.
Let's see. This is the one I have.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the one I have. So originally it was just the first 80 pages of that came out, and that makes up about 8 chapters, and that's what was published in the Objectivist magazine, along with the introduction. And then Leonard Peikoff also wrote a series of articles for the Objectivist called The Analytic-Synthetic Dichotomy, which is very related to her theory of concepts. So in the second edition, that was included. It might have also been included in the original edition. I'm not sure. But then, I guess some years later, the appendix was added, which is actually longer than the original work. It's like 150 plus pages. And that's based on some workshops that she did in 1969 and 1970, I think, around there. So a bunch of students of philosophy and some related fields asked her questions about her theory, and it was all recorded, and then it was edited, and then it became part of the second edition. So if you're going to go through all of that, that's going to take, and as I said, this is very dense material. So it would take much longer to read the entire book, including the appendix, than it would to just read her theory. And you might want to just read her theory and maybe also Leonard Peikoff's essay on the analytic-synthetic dichotomy on your first go around through it. And if you decide to revisit it later, then you can go through the appendix. I mean, that's one way. I mean, if you want to go through from cover to cover, it's up to you, obviously. But I think I would guess many people, and including myself, when I first read it, I don't think I read the entire book, including all the appendix. I might have dipped into parts of it and just read certain things that were particularly interesting to me. But it might have been years after I first read it that I actually finished the entire appendix. So you might be able to finish the core of the book, like her 8 essays plus Leonard Peikoff's, relatively shortly, and then I guess then you could go to Romantic Manifesto. So I was just thinking, like, it's you were saying if you pick up something, it's hard to put it down until you finish it, but you might find that only applies to the pre-appendix part of the book.
Oh yeah, no, that's more for like, I don't know. That's probably maybe I said that like overgeneralizing. That's more of like the fiction
Mm.
stories probably is I start getting into the story and then now I want to see what happens really a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But uh I guess with like nonfiction books, I kind of I don't know. There's like a different kind of way that I I'm not like I mean I could still get into a nonfiction book like that, but it's I don't know. There's something about like a plot unfolding that really um captures me. So like in this instance, I'm reading the the chapters right now: cognition and measurement, concept formation, abstract. You know, all the these all seem like it's gonna be really difficult for me to um. It's gonna take a lot for me to for me to think through this. So yeah, I'll probably just kind of call in as I read it with this case. Um
Sure.
and probably take in-depth notes as I go through it just so that I'm actually understanding it. So, okay. Yeah, so that's probably how I'll approach that. And yeah, the appendix looks massive. Um so I'm not sure how much utility I would get from trying to just read the entire thing. Okay, right this second. So okay, yeah, well, I'm excited to get into it, but I'm sure it's just gonna have me sitting at this table and for a while. Um, okay, well, yeah, all right. Sounds good. Anyway, yeah, so I'll be calling in about that. Um,
Cool.
let's see. All
It'll be the
right,
first
is there
time
any?
I've ever discussed ITOE with someone on stream, I think, if we do that.
Oh,
I mean, we've
yeah.
discussed epistemology, but we haven't like specifically gone through ITOE. I
Yeah.
did read passages from it once when somebody called in, but we haven't done like a systematic go through of it with someone who's reading it for the first time. So that'll be cool.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Dan, with this, we may just it depends on like how I interpret it, but I may just call in like for one essay and kind of just go in deep on one essay. And yeah, I'll probably read this one a bit slow. Um and just kind of take my time with each essay. Because I've read some about like theories of knowledge, but I'm still kind of a novice. So anyway, let's see.
I took a year-long seminar with Dr. Harry Binswanger on that book, and we went through
Jeez, one
the
year?
yeah a whole year just on that. But well, we did go through the entire appendix.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
well, I mean, maybe not every page of the appendix. The whole book,
Sure.
including the appendix, is like 300 pages, roughly. But we went through a lot of the appendix, so you could spend a long time studying. And then, if you're ever interested, you maybe you could take a class with Harry if he's Dr. Binswanger, if he's still teaching it. I know he's giving classes at the Ayn Rand Institute as part of their educational programs for many years, and sometimes he gives courses on that book. So he might be the best person to, if you want to do a serious in-depth dive into that book. But I'm happy to do what I can here on stream.
Sure. Well, you seem somewhat like an expert on it. From what I can tell, you spent a lot of time studying it, right?
I did. I mean, I'm not an expert like Harry Binswanger is, but yeah, I guess compared to just a random Ayn Rand fan.
Right, right. Okay, well that sounds good. Yeah, and I'll consider that. What did it do for you? Just out of curiosity, like, what did reading Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology do for you? When did you read it, and like, how did that help you kind of navigate learning throughout your life?
I read
after that?
it probably in, I want to say it was after my first semester of college. So this would have been like the winter of 1997, 1998. I think that's when I read it. And that the summer before that, the summer of 97 is when I first read Rand's. And I read all her nonfiction. Well, not all, because I hadn't read ITOE yet, but most of her nonfiction books. And it's just super clarifying as to how the mind works. And it in a way, it underlies my understanding of any science or any field of knowledge, because all knowledge is held in terms of concepts. I mean, beyond the perceptual level, which we share with the animals, right? In the baby, once he starts forming concepts, once he gets he doesn't have concepts yet when he just says mama, dada, right? That's not a concept. That's a proper name, because it's just referring to a particular thing. But once he gets the concept man or human, which applies to multiple things, like his mom, his dad, his brother, if he has one, his sister, he might call them all by the same word, man, even though he later learns, oh, I guess there's some more distinctions I have to make here. And the ones that look a little different here, we call woman. They have a somewhat different shape, right? And the ones that have this shape, we call those man. Okay. And the ones that are a little shorter, we call them like brother or sister. And maybe he calls his friend next door brother or sister. And then he has to learn, oh, well, it's not just anyone who's this shape. There's some other characteristics I have to take into account. But once he starts grouping things under general terms like man or sister, that's when he's at the conceptual level. And every science, every field of knowledge is made of concepts. You study economics, so that's full of concepts, supply, demands, what else? Inflation, currency, and maybe there are some invalid concepts. I think that's something really cool that Ayn Rand discusses, like perfect competition. I think and Harry Benzoringer has made this point, like a lot of people, they don't have this perspective that concepts can be malformed. Like just because there's a concept that people utter, just because there's a sound people use sometimes, like extremism, they're not attuned to the fact that this might be somehow corrupt and it's not a valid term that can be used to navigate the world. It just causes problems, confusions in your thinking. So in the science of economics, which you specialize in, you might come to think of things in a different way. Or like perfect competition, I don't know if you've heard Yaron or other economists talk about this, but I guess if you understand her theory of concepts and then apply it to various concepts in your field, you might start to see them in a different way. Maybe start to question whether they're valid concepts or what she calls package deal concepts, or even anti-concepts. That's another term she uses. And she explains all these terms in ITOE. So I think it gives you a very rich understanding of just thought in general, which applies to every field, because every field involves using concepts. And I don't know how to I don't know how to explain more, like how it's affected me. Well, maybe I could say more but I worry I'm going to ramble if I keep going here. So let me just stop there. And hopefully that gives you some idea of the kind of value you can get from ITOE.
Okay, sure. Yeah, well, I appreciate you sharing all of that. Yeah, hopefully we'll see kind of how I go through it, and we'll see, maybe I'll start making some, or I'll start looking at some concepts differently, or or if they're malformed concepts or not.
Maybe just to put it in a short, memorable way, I think it might up your mental hygiene. So you've got all these concepts and ideas. I guess it's not just concepts. I guess this could have carryover effects onto your thinking generally. But yeah, I think it will help you to reflect on your own thoughts and how you came to know what you already know. And maybe it gives you a kind of immune system in a way. It helps guard you against invalid concepts that might enter your mind or your thinking otherwise. It helps you guard against those, like perfect competition being an example of an invalid concept, or I guess that's more of a phrase, but yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay, sure. All right. So on a, if you don't mind me, if you don't mind me asking, like, or before we get to that, I guess I want to say, oh, kind of, I don't know if one of the things that Ayn Rand's fiction had a huge impact on me personally was the way I don't know, the way that romantic relationships and were portrayed by her, and kind of like the romantic choices that or I don't know, what was attractive to certain characters and what wasn't, in a romantic way was interesting to me personally. Um, so I guess that's like you brought that up earlier, like your taste in those sorts of matters. She can connect to, yeah, what you think about economics, I guess, or I think, or whatever it was that you were saying. She could uh, almost predict what you would think about romantic um, uh, relationships, or what you would be attracted to in that way.
There's a line in Atlas Shrugged where she says, one of the characters says, "Show me the woman a man is attracted to, and I will tell you his philosophy of life."
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Yeah. I do remember that. Sunlight. Isn't that Francisco who said that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a very interesting thing, because Francisco is supposed to be this playboy who is sleeping with all these women, but he's really
plot spoilers for the audience. Beware, there might be some plot spoilers here.
It is. I thought, that it's very interesting that she did that to Francisco to give him this image, but really he's very selective with his romantic choices. And I thought that was, I really for some reason that really made that was something I really caught my attention. Just one moment while I put my headphones in.
Sure. Mellow Mouse says, I highly recommend the Romantic Manifesto to Holden. It broadly affected my views of literature, movies, etc. Yeah, I remember Mellow Mal and I talked about the Romantic Manifesto in his first call. All right, you're back.
I am here, and I heard the last few words of what you were saying there about that, or the recommendation that they made, and yeah, I'm excited to read that, because the way I view movies now, I've been watching a lot of movies lately, and I don't know if, like, I don't know, I just there's a there I don't know, just like I view them slightly differently whenever after I read a lot of, or I read Ayn Rand's fiction, just because I don't know, It's very similar to the romantic choices that her. I don't know if let me just think about this before I say before I say it so it comes out somewhat coherently. You can read the chat for a second if you would like.
Okay. I don't know if I should read it out loud. I don't want to distract you if that would distract you.
Sure, yeah, you can mute me if you want,
or you can mute me.
or sorry, yeah, that works. That works good. Well, much better.
All right. All right. I'll read some of these chats while Holden is.
How do I do that?
How do you mute me? Oh, you can just turn your system volume off on your computer.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, yeah, I'll just do that for a moment.
Okay.
All right, and I'll just type in the chat.
Okay.
Back.
Okay. All right. So looks like the last chats here are from Mellow Mal. And he says, oh, I think I already read that one. He says also true points from Holden about the value of integrity in a free market. I've seen economics papers on this point with the keyword ostracism. I guess I can share this on screen. Let's see. There we go. Now I'm really small. Yeah, this is the one I was just reading. And then he says, essentially, Amazon vendors with low customer ratings become ostracized by customers and their goods no longer sell. So that's when we were talking about the self-interested reasons, or the that there are free market mechanisms to incentivize the production of good quality things. You don't need government regulations to ensure good products. What else do we have here? I think I read these already. Oh, let me take a quick look at the Google Voice. I think I would have heard it if someone tried to call in. Although I guess maybe I had that muted. No, I don't see anyone who tried to call in on Google Voice. I guess Holden could also just start talking if you want. He doesn't have to let me know in the chat when he's ready. You can just start talking and say, I'm back. It's 8:30 almost my time. Not sure when I'm going to end yet. Usually I end around 9. At least in recent streams. All right, my debate is up to 959 views. This stream is up to 242 views. Haven't seen any new subscribers. Last time I got a lot of new subscribers. I think about 7 or 8 in the last live stream. Getting some more comments. Wow. A bunch of comments on the debate. I'll have to approve these later because the way I have it set it up is when you comment on one of my videos, I have to approve it before it appears publicly. And until I do that, only you can see it, if you're the commenter. But I see there's a bunch of comments here on the debate that I'm going to have to go through and publish later. Good to see all that activity, though.
I'm back here, Dan, by the way.
Okay, Holden is back. All right. Let me adjust my screen here. All right. Welcome back.
All right. Thank you. So, yeah, I guess one of the, I guess it's not super, I don't know if it's, I don't think, maybe I'm perhaps making this like too complicated, but anyway, I guess it's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple idea, which is that the Rand clearly, whenever she's writing it, she's thinking very carefully about like who is romantically attracted to others. Like I think when it comes to like who is Dagny attracted to versus what James Taggart wants it. I think the scene with James Taggart and Lillian Reardon's, Henry Reardon's wife, was that was clearly like on purpose by Ayn Rand to kind of demonstrate something about the sense of life that James Taggart has. I don't know. I think yeah, it's just obviously like the romantic relationship between the two is not it's kind of dead. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but it's certainly not, it doesn't look very great.
Not healthy.
Not healthy, whatever. And I don't know, that was that was a interesting, I don't know, just an interesting observation I had from that. And also Dominique is she's kind of going through, and she marries Peter, and she's not attracted to him at all, but she's very attracted to Howard, because she can't help but appreciate the greatness that Howard represents, and she can't help but disdain the the lack of greatness, I guess, that Peter represents. And so at any rate, I found that those parts of the book interesting, and it just of those books interesting, and it makes me kind of more interested in kind of what type of person people like I've seen in my life, like what they kind of go for in those sorts of situations, because I think it says a lot about the person, but I never really considered that very much, but prior to reading Ayn Rand's fiction. I don't know if that makes sense to any extent, but it's something I actually kind of look for now. I kind of like ask or kind of observe, the romantic choices that others make, and I think it says a lot about them, and I didn't realize it before as much, at least to the extent that I did after reading Ayn Rand's fiction. But I don't know if you perhaps had a similar experience or whatnot.
I guess I learned a lot from Rand about well, so much, but including the realm of romance I guess, or how philosophy relates to it, and how its romantic attraction is based on sense of life. I noticed you used that term, which it occurred to me right after you said it. Oh, that's she talks about that in the Romantic Manifesto. How did Holden learn this concept? But I guess it's used elsewhere in the objectivist literature. Maybe just listening to objectivist talk, you've come across this term. But I think primarily it's discussed in the Romantic Manifesto, and I guess that's been a aid to my understanding of romance, and not just romance, but also art. I think it figures very prominently how you respond to art. So, yeah, I mean, it's given me insight, I think, to understanding interpersonal relationships.
There's something about that, the choice in art and friends and in romance, that is really interesting to me, about that. And yeah, I don't know. Anyway, just I just interpret it differently now. But anyway, let's see. If you don't mind me asking, and perhaps you're like not willing to share this on stream, which is totally fine. But what do you make of like having kids in general? Like, do you have any or want any, or and perhaps like I was thinking, you know, about that. I was thinking, it just came to my mind. I was just kind of contemplating, like, I know that it's not a one size fits all answer for kids, right? Some people maybe it works, maybe some it doesn't. But I would be curious about, like, what your decision what came to that, and then perhaps why, and like what would some of the be like the reason, you know, really attractive reasons for having kids, and some things that you really don't want that comes with that responsibility, or, you know, I was just curious about that kind of thing.
Okay. That was the first time I got that question. So I mean, there are certain things that I can say. I don't have kids, and I'm not sure what I should say, but I can say at least that much, because I'm kind of thinking off the top of my head here. I don't know that I will. I guess I'm very, very passionate about my career goals, and I think this might have been a reason that Ayn Rand chose not to have kids. She had her career, and she wanted lots of time for that. And I mean, kids, that's a big time expenditure and money expenditure, and I think some people can rationally decide they'd rather just have that time to devote to their career rather than raising kids. It's such a huge commitment, and I feel that way sometimes myself. I mean, I can see values in having kids, so I can totally understand why people have them. But yeah, I think it is really just a very personal choice, and everyone has to just decide for themselves what they think is at least most likely gonna bring them the most joy and happiness from life. And you might be mistaken. Like, you can't really predict what having kids is like until you've actually had them, or you can't know what it's like until you've actually had them.
Sure.
Not fully. I mean, you can have some idea, but to really sense the whole impact of it, I think you have to actually have it. This is what I've heard parents say, like Yaron Brook and maybe Leonard Peikoff as well. But all you can do is, you know, just make your best guess as to what you think it would be like, and whether that would be in your self-interest or not. And I guess I'm not 100% sure what my future holds regarding this, but yeah. So I guess I'll say I'm uncertain right now, but I don't currently have any.
Fair. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. I guess there, yeah, of course it's very individual, dependent on the individual, I guess, and what they kind of want. Um, but I don't know. For me, I don't want any personally. But I'm also I'm pretty young, so so who knows what the future has, but I don't plan on having any. I don't think I want any. So, I'm just because but I'm just like there's a part, but I feel like whenever I'm like 40 or something, I'll be like, dang, there's like a part of me that like I don't know. It's just I guess it's really there's just something I really thought about for some reason like I was just like thinking about um like like how whether I don't know. I was just kind of thinking about that. It's kind of just um whether or not something like that or I don't know. Just like imagining leaving the world without having kids in a legacy, but also, you know, I don't know. I just it's just something that it's I'm not sure. I shouldn't say and a legacy because that's like implying some mutual exclusivity, I guess. Of course you could have a legacy without kids. But um I don't know. Anyway, that's just something I thought about recently, and then I was like, oh, I was wondering if what Dan was like on this. But obviously, you mentioned Ayn Rand didn't have kids, and yeah, other objectivists clearly do. So it's obviously very personal. Like, um, anyway, it's just I don't know. So that topic is, I, it's like it's just so philosophical to me, but it's also very personal. I don't know. Anyway, not really sure if what I said made any sense, but I just kind of thinking through this issue very imperfectly. Um,
Oh, I just heard my phone ring. Can you hear that?
I can't hear it on my end.
Oh, someone is calling on my Google Voice line. I'm not going to pick it up right now. I just want to see if I recognize the number. Oh, it says unknown. All right. Well, that person can leave a voicemail, or they can also type in the chat if who it is. So, yeah, maybe it's getting late in the show. I don't know if I'll have time to take another call. Oh, it looks like a voicemail just showed up. Let me see if I can. Oh, transcription not available. Okay. Maybe the person didn't say anything. It might just be 4 seconds of dead air. Okay, well, whoever that was, feel free to let me know if you want to call. And if I can't get to your call today, maybe we can do it another time. I'll probably stream again in 5 days from now. I usually stream once every 5 days. And you can let me know what you want to talk about. And yeah, maybe we can work something out. Okay. Sorry. Back to Holden.
Anyway, yeah, it's just anyway, I was just thinking about considering like how brief life is and um, just like I think objectivism provides a, I think it's objectivism is it provides a very great reason or it gives you a coherent framework, I guess, to how to live your life for yourself. And that helps me, but I also I just I'm not sure the urgency with how short life is just makes me kind of think about like children and all those sorts of things a lot. Um, and anyway, and I guess I'll just stop there because I'm just I'm not really making any points. I'm just thinking out loud here.
All right. You said the
Um,
the shortness of life gives this issue some urgency to like figure out what to do regarding kids, whether to have them.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of like, I mean, I guess like even if we'll just like focus on kids and kind of ignore everything else, like kids are I guess there's like a biological timeline that's even shorter. Um, Generally for if you for so it's like that's even like um that's even more urgent, I guess. Like if you wanted to like make your decision or whatever when it came to that thing. So anyway,
Well,
yeah,
there's a couple thoughts on that. One, who knows what's going to happen with life extension?
yeah,
Like, I think a lot of people are doing research on that now. So who knows how long we're going to be able to live with all the advances in medical science. Like, are we going to be able to live till 150, 200? And are we going to be able to reproduce at all those ages? And like, I guess the biological clock is ticking, but at different rates for men and women. Like for women,
sure.
they're of childbearing age for fewer years than men can make the women pregnant. So it might be more urgent for women than men, at least in some contexts. So there's that. Yeah, those are the only two thoughts I had to add. Life extension, and then it's different for men and for women.
Yeah. Yeah, and also maybe to go I you bring up life extension, but um
And you
for
can
me,
also
like,
adopt that. Also, adoption, that's a possibility. Like even if you
that's a fair
yourself
point. Yeah.
can't or don't want to go through the process of childbearing, if you're a woman, you could still adopt a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are on that. Like could you adopt as a single parent? Do you have to be a certain age? Like, could you adopt a infant if you're 80 years old, or do you have to be under a certain age? I don't know what if any rules there are regarding that. But anyways, just another thought on that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a um those are all of course important points. I guess what another thing is, like, we could just ignore kids for a second. I was also just thinking about um like right now I feel very I feel I have a lot of vigor in my life, or kind of right now I feel like I can learn things pretty quickly. I'm in a state where um I have a decent amount of energy and so on, and I know that won't last for very long. Even like if I live like when I'm 60 years old, I'm not going to be able to have the same um I don't know. I probably won't have the same vigor that I have now, and and I don't know. I'm just thinking about like all the things that are so brief. Um, or I was just considering all those things, um, and I guess like the objectivist answer to it would just be to kind of, take the cards as they're given and make the best of them, or take the hand that's dealt and kind of make the best of it, um, for yourself. Um, but anyway, I was just thinking of all those sorts of things that that are um, that we have for a short period, and kind of how, and I don't know, it just kind of makes me think of it kind of makes me think like, all right, well, how do I make the best use of this more? Just kind of thinking on like a meta level about that. Um, anyway, um, which yeah, I don't know.
It's
Um,
interesting to me that you say it's short. Life is short.
mm,
I don't. I don't usually think that. I don't, and I wonder why. Like, it sounds like you might focus on. Well, there's also a question of like, what do you mean compared to what? Is it short?
Sure. Yeah.
Compared to the existence of the universe as a whole, or
well, certainly.
what is our standard by which we're saying it's
Right.
short? That's one thing I'm wondering about. And then also I'm wondering, it seems like you might place an importance on whatever the length of life is, and I guess it can vary from person to person. It's tragically, you can get cancer and have your life shorter than it otherwise would be. I don't know if everyone gets cancer at some point if you live long enough. I think I've heard something like that. Like if you live long enough, you're going to get cancer at some point. But also, I think cancer treatment is getting better. So even if it is inevitable, it's not necessarily going to be something you die from. Maybe it's going to more manageable. It'll become more manageable. But anyways, it seems like you might think about the finiteness of human life more than I do, or somehow place more importance on it. And I'm not saying that's like I'm right or you're wrong or whatever. It just is something that I noted. It seems like you put a kind of emphasis, or that has a significance to you that seems like it might be different than me. I don't know what that means, but just an observation. And this stuff, it might be kind of, I don't know, if any of this is like disturbing and you don't want to go into it, that's fine. But
oh no, not at all. No, I think that, I think that perhaps I'm just thinking of this the wrong way. Maybe life is actually long, and but maybe that's the wrong way to think about it entirely. Maybe just but you brought up the standard, I guess, of like what are we comparing it to? And that's a good question. I guess what are we comparing it to? I mean, I'm not sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it seems like if we compare it to anything other than humans, it seems a bit arbitrary. So I don't know. That's a good question that you brought up that I don't really know how to answer off the top of my head.
Here's a couple other thoughts somewhere in the neighborhood of what we were talking about. So you mentioned that when you're older, like 60 years old, you would have less energy or something. And I can see that, but it also occurred to me when you said that sometimes people they seem young for their age. Like maybe Leonard Peikoff is an example. At least, it's sometimes I've heard people say this about him. Like he seems very, very young for his age, and he's got his wits about him. And sometimes elderly people even seem childlike, young at heart. Right? There's that phrase, young at heart. Whereas other people, as they age, I think they don't have that spirit of youth, you might call it. And maybe even as younger people, they seem like zombies or dead to the world. They're not really living in a robust sense. So there's something to that, I think. Like your energy level is not solely determined by your age. I think age is a factor, but I think there are other factors, and maybe more important factors, as to how much overall energy you experience. Like if you keep an active mind, and you think about things, then I think your mind and your energy may be higher than if you just kind of drift through life and aren't active-minded. I don't know, watch soap operas all day or something. dull your mind through alcohol or drugs. So there are various ways of keeping that energy higher than it otherwise would be. But this isn't to deny the fact that, yeah, I guess there's some decrease in overall energy as you age. But I don't know. I haven't noticed much first-handedly, I guess. I don't know that I could compare my energy level now to like 20 years ago. That was one point I was going to say about like the energy as you age, but I think there might have been another, but I don't remember what it was now. So I'll just stop until it comes back.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no, maybe maybe I'm coming at this from the wrong angle, and perhaps I'm over.
I remembered what I think this might have been the other point. Maybe if you read, after you read Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, that might change your perspective on this issue. Like when I asked that question, compared to what? When you said life is short, I said compared to what? That's, I wonder if that's at least partly due to my being influenced by Ayn Rand's ideas about epistemology, because this is a core part of her theory of concepts. They're formed by differentiation. Like if I say Joe is tall, that implies a standard by reference to which he is tall, as compared to what? Or if I say, you know, like the Empire State Building is tall, compared to what? Well, compared to like your average building in the city, okay, yeah, but as compared to
Mount Everest.
Mount Everest, yeah, then it's short, right?
Right.
So it's not just intrinsically tall. It doesn't have this concept just on its own. It's in relation to other things. So maybe that's an example of how her theory of concepts has influenced my thinking about things, how I process what I hear. And maybe that might be an example of how if you read ITOE, maybe it will change your perspective on this issue of whether life is short, or I don't know, but just that occurred to me.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you sharing that, and I think that's it's a really good question, and well, like I said, I don't really have an answer for it off the top of my head.
Here's one other thing. I've heard this saying, you've probably heard this too, life flies when you're having fun.
Time goes by when you're having fun. Or
yeah.
whatever.
So even if life is short, like assuming for the sake of argument, I guess maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But even if it is short, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that means you're really enjoying life and it's just flying by and it's all great. And whereas if it seems like, oh God, this is just dragging on and on, maybe that's because you're not enjoying life and you're doing it wrong. So maybe the sign, or maybe one sign of a good life, a life well lived, is that it doesn't seem like it's just dragging on and going on forever. It's just, it goes by really quick. You had a great time, and all right, you don't even know when it's over because you're gone, right? You never encounter death, because when you are, it isn't, and when it is, you aren't. Epicurus made an argument to this effect as to like why he doesn't fear death, because he never encounters death. As long as he exists, there is no death. And when he's gone, he doesn't encounter it, so he has nothing to fear.
It's like a truism, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting way to think about it. Yeah. Well, I mean, anyway, aside from my kind of incoherent thoughts, I guess when it comes to this, I appreciated all that. There was I just looked on YouTube, by the way, and I saw this comment. If you don't mind, can I read it out loud on the live stream?
Oh, from my chat?
Yes.
Let Let me see. Sometimes I like to screen these. Can you tell me which, like, who the name is of the?
Yes, Mellow Mao.
His last two chats. One of those.
Yes, one of them.
Let me just read them here.
Sure.
Oh yeah, sure. If you want to read those, you can read those.
Okay, so one of the things he said was, okay, he says the call wasn't me. He was talking about the call you're having, but I would like to call next and offer Holden 3 mental models on parenting. Okay, let me just clear the rim right here really fast. I don't want to be a parent. Okay, like let's just get that straight. I don't want kids. Um, I don't. You guys are misinterpreting what I was saying. If you think I want kids or like that's not at all what I was getting at whenever I was saying that. I was just thinking about the concept of having children, and kind of just thinking, all right, just kind of just considering the alternative. I don't want kids. Okay, anyway, just putting that out there. Um, I don't plan on having children, even when I'm 30, even when I'm, so on. So
I lean in that direction myself. Actually, I said I'm not certain, but I would say I lean in that direction as well.
yeah, yeah. Just for me, it's just too much of a responsibility. I like being flexible and I like focusing on what I like to do. So, it's
Yeah.
just I can't handle that responsibility. It's just I can barely take care of myself. So, it's just too much.
Yeah, that really is there's so much I want to accomplish. Like I have ambitious goals for my YouTube channel. I want to help change the world and make it a more objectivist place. And that's a huge thing. But it's not an act of self-sacrifice. Obviously, it shouldn't be. That would be completely contrary. It's not my duty. I'm not doing it as a duty. I really enjoy it. That's what I really love doing. And I think just having kids, it would take a lot of time away from those kind of career goals. And maybe some other goals as well, but at least those. So that's part of why I kind of lean against having kids right now.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? Future could change. We'll see.
Yeah, well, if you, anyway, I support whatever is in Dan's interest, and I definitely support, the world becoming more objectivist. So,
but the most important thing is make your own world the best it can be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, and yeah, yeah. All right. Anyway, just clearing the air on that. Kids, marriage, all that. It's not for me.
Also, Mellow Mao is a Buddhist. He came on. He came on and said that last time. So, and he was saying he called himself an objectivist Buddhist, I think. And I was saying I don't think objectivism is compatible with Buddhism.
It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if you want to be taking advice from a Buddhist. If you're an objectivist, I don't know if you want your advice to be coming from a Buddhist. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not saying Buddhism is wrong. I'm just saying if you think objectivism is right, then you might have reason to be doubtful about advice from a Buddhist. Now maybe his I don't know if he wanted to give advice. What did he say? Offer Holden 3 mental models on parenting. Okay. Well, I guess you could do that, and maybe your models have nothing to do with Buddhism, right? It's not like every idea you hold has to rest on Buddhism. Right. But I just wanted to at least mention that he did say he was a Buddhist last time, and then I see he does use advice in the next comment. Maybe that's why I use the word advice. But I won't read that. If you want to read his next comment as well, I don't know if you wanted to do. Or was there something else you wanted to read from him besides that one you already read?
No, that was it.
That was the only. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He also said in his last one, I wish to give Holden advice on contemplating death. This has been a great conversation today. All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate you saying it's been a great conversation. And I don't know if his advice about contemplating death, if that's something that Holden is doing, I don't know if he is, but maybe that is more informed by your Buddhist ideas. Now, if you're a Buddhist, I think part of their ideas is there really is no self. Like there's a cosmic self. They might call it Atman or Brahman. And the individual self is like an illusion. The real self is just this cosmic universal self. And the ideal state of being is to merge the individual self with that collective self. And I might call that annihilation of the self. But I think Mellow Mao here, maybe he would put a different spin on it. We were talking about that some last time. Okay, anyway. Thanks for your participation there, Mellow Mao.
Yeah. Well, I am probably the hardest core atheist you probably know of. So,
well, I don't know if Buddhists believe in gods.
But I don't think they do. I think they're like, it's a non-theistic religion, if that's a thing.
Yeah, I think it's the example that comes to my mind when I think of like, are there any religions without gods? However, I think they, at least some, I've heard that Buddhists endorse contradictions, like explicit endorse. Nagarjuna, I think he might have been some Buddhist monk or some Buddhist thinker that I read about when I took a course on Zen Buddhism when I was an undergrad. And
you did?
I think
was that like a required class?
Well, we had to take one class on non-Western perspectives. I think that was the name of the requirement that the university had. We had to take at least one class on non-Western perspectives, and I took a class on Zen Buddhism, and I think it was in there that I read about some Buddhist philosopher or monk called Nagarjuna, and I think he might have been the one who endorsed the idea that there are actual contradictions in reality. So they might not have gods, but they might have other irrational components.
Yeah, obviously the idea that there could be contradictions in reality is not compatible with objectivism by any stretch of the imagination. All right. Well, yeah. Well, I guess I'm glad you're enjoying the conversation though.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. It's I guess getting late for you. You're on the East Coast.
Yes.
I was talking
about the chatter, by the way. I wasn't presuming that you were, because I did. But anyway,
well, yeah, it's going well for me too.
There, okay. Anyway, yeah, but yes, it is getting late. And I guess I'll be wrapping up here in a second, but yeah. So all right, well, yeah, I guess we explored some interesting areas today. And I'll probably be calling you back about cognition and measurement. And by the way, before do you think there's any articles I should probably read on epistemology before I start just going into this book, or do you think I should just go into it?
I don't think so. I didn't read anything before. I mean, like articles about epistemology before I read her book, and it is called An Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. So I don't think it's necessary. I think now is a good time. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying don't. I mean, you could if you want, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to get your advice on that, and then all right, yeah, I'll kind of be next time we'll be chatting about that, I suppose, among other things potentially.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Dan. Well, always appreciate you letting me come on the show, and it's always great talking with you.
Yeah, it's been good. Thanks for calling in, and enjoy the book. I hope you enjoy the book, or part of the book.
Okay, sure. Yes, thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Mellow Mouse says, never mind about me calling in, assuming you even wanted to have a late night call with me. My fiance just called me, he says. Okay. Yeah, I think it's getting pretty late for me to be taking additional calls. So I think that was the last call of the day. Gene Walters is here. Hello. He says, no doubt Objectivism gave me this sense of life and courage to have kids. All right. And he has his kid on his avatar. I guess in his little front pack, not backpack, but yeah. All right, so see, we got 8 people here. Thanks for being here. I see the person who called in maybe 10 minutes ago or so. Identified him or herself in the chat. But I'm not sure that's a serious person. Let me go to your channel. Okay. Sometimes a username makes me think it might not be a serious account. So I think if I were to take a call, I would definitely need to screen it from this person. I generally want to screen calls from new callers anyway. But there might be additional reason to do so in this case. Mellow Mouse said earlier, I highly recommend the Romantic Manifesto to Holden. It broadly affected my views of literature, movies, etc. I'm not sure if I already read that one. Getting close to 1,000 views on the debate. It looks like it's up to 965. Okay. I think I should end the stream now. Unless you all send me some super chats. I'll stay on for that. For last minute contributions, if anyone wants to make any, if you enjoyed the show today and want to show appreciation, you can do a sticker or a chat. I was thinking about doing channel memberships. I've been getting emails, a couple emails from YouTube about that, turning on channel memberships, and then I don't know exactly how it works. Maybe I can set my own rates, and that way you could pay monthly, and as for perks, like let's say I had a $5 membership tier and a $10, maybe I could just treat those as super chats. So like let's say you're a $5 a month member on YouTube, maybe I could just treat that as like equivalent to a $5 super chat. So if you want to ask me a super chat, you can just ask me a chat regularly and without attaching money to it. But if I see that you're a channel member, I think a little emoji or something will show up next to your username if you are a channel member. And if I see that, then I'll just treat your chat as a super chat if you want me to. Or if you're a member at like the $10 a month tier, then I can treat it as a $10 super chat. and give it more time, more attention than I would if it were a $5 tier member. So I was thinking that's one way I might try to get some additional monetization going on the channel, is to have channel memberships. I guess there are other perks you could set up. Like, I think often one of the perks of being a channel member is you can see some content which is behind the membership paywall, and it's only available to people if you are members. So that's another thing I could do, but I don't know if I would want to do that. I'll have to think about it. But that might be another kind of perk I could use for various levels. But it might be simplest to just treat it as like super chats. So I might be setting something like that up. Okay, so 5 days from now will be Friday, April 17th. So unless something comes up, I think I'll be streaming that day. So thanks everyone for being here. Thanks. And if you weren't here, thanks for watching or listening later. Thanks to the super chatters, Stephen Harper, and Mellow Mao did one, right? Where's my fan funding? Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, Mellow Mao and Stephen Harper. Stephen did 2, and Mellow Mao did 1 super chat. So thank you for those. And thanks for everyone for your participation in the chat, and to the callers for calling in. All right, where's my closeout screen? Okay. Have a good rest of your day, and a self-interested rest of your day. Until next time, everyone. Bye for now.